Bro,
I'm
let's fucking go. Yeah.
I'm not sure how much I'm enjoying this phase of you gleefully celebrating my HP draining out of my soul.
Bro, we're like the part of the intro for the podcast where the music's going and the intro's going, and I hear like that sniffle, that telltale sniffle. How you doing, buddy?
6 a.m.
Yeah.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
That was bedtime.
That was bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
For you? For baby?
For me. Yeah.
For you? Okay.
Night.
And it's 3 p.m. ish now.
Yeah, it's night shift, bottle feed. You know, getting her done. Yeah, that is a different baby at night.
Oh yeah, the night baby is very different.
Oh, the night baby. The night baby is not the same baby.
You thought the day baby had no patience? Night baby has no patience for your no patience.
Night baby is actually more alert and ready to party because day baby is usually when she'd be sleeping in the womb, but now and night baby is when, like, you know, Punch Mom would go down to sleep, and then that's when baby wakes up because the rocking stops and they're suddenly like, whoa. So yeah, night baby's like feeding and then not getting milk drunk. Night baby has got eyes open, looking around. Yeah.
So, dude,
you know,
night baby for me was how I hit like master rank with Bison.
Okay.
Because it's like, well, I'm up.
Yeah.
I'm fucking up for like 5 more hours.
So hey, I got some games to talk about this week.
I fucking knew it.
Yeah, but no.
What am I gonna do? Try and sleep? Can't do that. It's not safe.
But I'll tell you what. Day baby is getting wrecked by night baby. Not a champion of the sun whatsoever.
It is an unfortunate reality that soon after leaving the safety of mother, you will discover the fact that the past version of yourself is a jerk and has no care for the future version of yourself, which is now the present self.
It is quite the conundrum. There's you taking glee in my dismay, you know.
In a couple of years you'll be rubbing your hands at the next one.
Yes, exactly. You know, whatever comes next, and
well, because everybody pays in their dues and then they get to laugh with glee at everybody else going through it.
I will say I am taking some glee at finally dishing back the ultimate to the audience, because for years they've all been making us take damage by talking about how long or how old they were when they started listening or whatever the fuck, all that time damage. And now I finally get to see people go, oh my god, I'm dying at the idea that these chuckle fucks have kids now. So I'm like, finally I get to reverse the damage back at you, listener, as you realize that time has passed and that yes, there are children and families involved now. That feels good. That's a little solace.
I think my favorite one is last week. I told a story about my boy, and there was a thread about it, and somebody asked like, "Oh, did he get all his teeth?" And I was like, "Bro, he's had all his teeth for like 14 months. He's like 26, 27 months old." And they were like, "What? I thought he was just a little baby."
Sidebar. As I was talking, I was like, the desktop is visible, and the Avast antivirus that I scrubbed and deleted from the computer aggressively with every tool possible, an icon just went boop and just popped up on the desktop while having this conversation.
Was it like a browser plugin you missed?
No. It found new ways.
Time to start over.
Oh my god.
Start over.
Oh, the evil. Anyway, okay. Anyways,
I also had a super late night. I went to bed at I fell asleep around 2-ish, and then I was woken up every hour by mom and then I got up at 6:20.
Okay. Oh, so okay, so
And
for you, that was wake time.
so I'm having the opposite thing,
Mhm.
whereas like for me, I get one of those days where that doesn't ruin me. It actually superpowers me. I'm like wired.
Okay.
Tomorrow will be my downfall.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. You push past, and then when the third wind says no, you
Yeah.
don't have a third wind. Uh,
No.
okay. So what you're describing, right? The night terror.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So in all the prep, folks, that I've been learning about and everything that's all the education going on. What I did not learn about is there is a phase in which okay, so so you know how you ever see a giraffe get born? It's crazy
Yes.
because when a giraffe is a baby, they just like the mom just like plops them out and they
And they start
land
walking around.
they land in superhero pose.
Yeah, no, they're good.
They
They're
land
good to go.
like fist down, head up, and they're like, "Where are we going?" Right? You're my mother. You lead me to food. You lead me to milk. Let's go. They come out ready to rock. Right? Humans, our heads are so big that they can't fit if we fully
Can't fit.
cook before we come out. So they have to we have to get pushed out earlier. And what that means is a whole lot of your body is still figuring out how it works and how to develop while you're out of the womb early, right?
That's why the first 3 months after you're born are called the fourth trimester.
Correct. So, we got warned a couple times by some nurses that they're like, hey, just so you know, from week 6 to about week 8, it's gonna get bad and there's just no reason for it. Right? We're like, okay, let's just bunker down and get ready for that. What nobody mentioned was that weeks 2 to 3 or 2 to 4, it seems,
Yeah,
there's a phase where baby doesn't know how to digest,
that's right.
and then intestines and all of that are new and don't really fully get how to push the milk through completely. So when you're in the first 2 weeks or so, it's kind of just in and out, no problem. It's like there's no thought.
I would describe it as in and out. Yep.
Yeah. And then the color changes, right? Then it's just you're just a tube. And then the color changes and things start getting a little more wrinkly and they start figuring out how to like process and do the whole bit. And and then the gut biome and the flora start activating and whatever. Long story short, in the middle of the night and at random times, the baby needs to learn how to like push it out, but doesn't know how, and just has a feeling.
I even know how to poop my own pants.
And it's like, but you knew how to poop a week ago, right? But it was just an automated thing. But now it's like, no, that was a system that's no longer playing. It's been updated. The new firmware dropped, and now
manual control.
But you don't know how manual control works. So until you figure it out, you're just stressing, sweating, grunting, crying, and getting upset as you go.
Now, I gotta be honest,
Right?
Wooly. I'm nearly 40 years old, and the podcast had to be delayed because I was still dealing with learning how to do that.
Correct. Understood. But
Sounded just like that.
yes. Yeah, I get it. But the idea that you can put yourself in the place where you need to be on the bowl and then figure it out while you're there, hopefully, means that it all gets where it needs to go, right? The baby is like doing the thing where you can feel like her stomach tighten and you can feel the push. But what's also crazy is that because she doesn't know like what to do and how things work, she's also like straightening her legs out, which actually closes you off. It's the complete opposite position you should be in while forcing really hard.
What a doofus. Oh my God. How do they not? Come on, get it together.
Right. And like she's kicking and doing all these like completely like not, and she's trying random things. She's sticking random poses onto random feelings while pushing, not knowing how to do it. And I'm like, is this? And they're like, yeah, it's normal. This is normal. This happens a bunch.
Hey, Wooly. I would like to apologize for implying that I would call your child a doofus. Your child is a perfect angel. That
She
was facetious.
I take that. I hear that. It is understood. She is flawless and shall remain that way. And even her inability to figure out how to poop is the most flawless, perfect
So,
way to not know how to
bro,
do that.
so I forget what it was. It was something similar to this with my guy. It was a little later, like 5 or 6 months. And I looked at him and I was like, "You're being a real big baby about this."
Yeah.
And I just like
Yeah.
completely froze because I had meant it unironically.
Oh, no, yeah.
Like I had actually meant you're being a really big baby about this. And I froze in place like the world's dumbest statue.
So we had we had that moment earlier this week where it was like we were just changing and she's crying, you know, and I'm wiping it off and doing stuff. And you know, you're doing that thing where it's like, okay, now after like, okay, I gotta it's I know it's really early and I know she's really blurred, but I got a lock on and I got a smile and I was like, that's not a real smile. And then I did one and she kind of it looked like she was mirroring it back and I'm like, this is too early. I'm getting tricked.
Okay,
but maybe I'm not.
Babies don't know shit.
No, they don't. They don't, right?
Baby doesn't know shit from fuck.
Of course not.
And
no.
two, they're not scanning you for reliability of
But she is no, but I am catching on to what she is noticing in the blur that is her vision, right, for this period of time. And what she will notice is the light source in the room, especially at nighttime when the night baby is alert. Right, when night baby is alert, and like you tried, and there's a whole thing about dimming the lights, trying to do night feeds so that you don't overstim and all that stuff.
Oh, dude, I did all that shit in every light off in the house. I have really good, like, I have very good night vision.
Yeah.
So like all I need genuinely in my house, I need the light that the microwave clock is giving off to do my life.
So we can
help.
Yeah, I'm able to do that too. The problem we ran into is that like if we do that, she never wakes up, you know. So then you're like,
well, that's the fucking dream, bro.
But she won't drink.
Oh.
She won't wake up to drink.
Oh, our guy would drink while he was asleep.
No, that's the thing. We need to get her. She will be too sleepy to drink, and then you're like, right. So then you have to do the stimulation, and then eventually, after wasting 20 minutes trying to get her sleepily to drink, I want you to drink sleepy, and she won't do it. Then you're like, okay, well now we got to do a diaper change, which is gonna fully wake you up. You know?
Hey, don't. Drink sleepy, play hungry.
I mean, yeah, you know. And so, but what I noticed is, so she locks onto the lights, right? And then also she started responding to when the bottle, because I did like paced feeding positions. There's a couple of feeding positions that you do that are based on like trying to not have them gulp too much milk, you know, more air, more spit up, more burp, etc.
Yeah, I hit him with this. I got the dog in my arm like a baby, and I hit him with this.
Yeah,
just like
with that one. Yeah, that's the one I was doing. I was trying late. Yeah,
that's my favorite. Also, check out how much of a baby this dog is. I'm just cradling him like a human infant because he's just a sweet guy.
I pointed out your very nice new carpet in the back there.
Thanks, bud.
Is that carpet a material that would be really comfortable for dragging dog ass across?
No, he doesn't do that.
Okay.
This dog's ass is pointed at the sky.
It's so high, sky. Even if he wanted to, right? Bro. Yeah. Okay. You have the perfect anti-worm situation going on. Perfect. Yeah. Nice. There you go. No. So doing the feed, I was doing like a lying down sideways outward position, and that's one too where you have an arm free, which is nice and stuff. But when doing what you did, that like arm cradle and then bottle diagonal kind of thing, like she starts to cry when the bottle gets pulled away, but like if it gets pulled away too far, she cries faster. And if I just put it aside a little bit, but it's still within that first area, she doesn't cry as quickly, you know. So I'm like, okay, there is some recognition a little bit. The sound of is proportional to how far back the bottle is pulled from vision.
So what I would do, man, genuinely, is like when I would go to pull the bottle out, I would also dip my shoulder so that it was coming, like baby was leaving the bottle and bottle was leaving also.
Leaving vision. Okay.
Right. But like also he was moving away from the bottle. It wasn't just me yanking it out.
Yes. Yeah.
But also he was asleep half the time that I fed him at night.
Okay. I'm not getting that. Yeah, we're in a different situation here. But it's just interesting to see these things and to go back to what you were saying earlier about just like, well, they don't know shit. And it's
They
like,
don't know shit.
so we had a moment where I'm just like, oh, she has never known joy. Right?
That emotion has not kicked in yet.
There is,
That's like at like
yeah,
3 months ish.
there is
You'll see a smile and a laugh, and you'll be like, "That's the first one."
she has not yet known what happy is, and that's crazy. Right? What a thought. I'm looking at and it's like you're sleeping, you wake up to cry to eat, and then you go right back to sleep, and that's all that life is. And it's a wild thing to kind of have that dawn on you, right? And then at the same time you're like, okay, and so when it's like, oh, we got to pull you, spat up, we got to pull you away from the food to wipe you off a little bit, and she's like, this is a nightmare, how dare you?
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to her.
Yeah, so we're still dealing with that.
Yeah,
and we'll deal with that.
The food I remember being taken out of her mouth is the worst thing that's ever happened in her life.
So like my guy scraped his knee, right? And he fell on the playground and he scraped his knee on the asphalt, right? And he started to lose his shit. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, this is the most painful thing that has ever happened to him in his entire life.
It's crazy.
No wonder he doesn't know how to deal with it.
Of course. There's no shot. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
And like Willie, because their memories aren't so good, when you put her down for tummy time in a couple of months and she's mad at you, that's the maddest she has ever been, because your behavior is outrageous.
You caused it. Yeah. And I mean, it's and not to mention, of course, that like they talk about like, stimulating while you're doing bottle feeding, get your voice in there, use calming tones, and sort of get them used to the sounds of you. But when it's night feed and you're like, I'm trying to not wake you up too hard, I want to keep you a little bit sleepy, then I'm kind of just like feeding in silence. And I'm like, I hope that's not, because the night bottle is pretty much the main one that I do. I'm like, I hope that I'm not like implanting robotic silent, feedings at this point.
Willie, I love you, buddy. You are doing a thing that I'm very familiar with. It's fine. It's fine.
It's probably
totally fine.
It's probably fine.
Do you talk to the kid like you're a chatty person? You have a chatty TV show that you do. You go, hey little girl, what up, etc. You're good. Whenever you like, because everything's like pushed to the extremes because of the media landscape that we live in, where you read something, it's like, still face syndrome. Did you know that if your face is emotionless and slack too often around your baby, you can give them some kind of mood disorder? It's like, yeah. And so what happens is moms just start beaming. Big smile every single second. That's not what still face is. Still face is child is in terrible distress and you just cold eyeballing them with no comfort.
Right. Yeah.
Like, just be like a normal guy and you're killing it. At first 3 months, don't drop the baby. Don't drop the baby.
Well,
don't drop the baby. You're good.
Yeah.
Clean baby.
Well, the thing is that none of us are going to know until we got to get a decade or two's worth of information out there before any of that.
Oh, bro. So Paige,
comes to
like,
fruition.
I forget what it was. She took like a toy away from him and he had a complete meltdown. And she was like, oh man, I hope that wasn't like a formative
moment.
Moment. And I'm like, we'll find out in 15, 20 years.
Yeah. No, that's...
I'm not too worried about it.
And and there's stuff where like, especially because I'm like, I can hear this now. I know the sound of like the low alert cry versus higher alert cry and stuff. So there's times where I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm just changing your diaper. We're doing this quickly because I'm getting you out and back to bed sleep quickly. So I'm like, right now is not the time for big comfort stimulation, etc. Right? And that's actually like, again, what a couple of the nurses were like saying is like, yeah, no, go for an in and out us back to bed as quickly as possible type of night situation. But that's also like the majority of where my, handling of baby stuff is kicking in. So I'm kind of like, after a period of time, well, once we're past this 3 month phase and things, the cycle starts to look a little more normal. I'm sure there will be, more of a chance to get quality time in there. But it certainly does have we've been going back and forth of just like, man, she doesn't exist yet. She's just loading still, and we're like, there's no period of time where baby's like, hey, I'm here, what's up, what's going on, guys? And we're just like, yeah, okay, we just gotta keep the loading bar going.
Okay, so I'm gonna be so real with you. The first 3 months, that's the easiest it's ever gonna be.
Oh boy.
That is by far.
All right.
You're the most tired you're ever gonna be, by far, by far. But it's definitely like I look back on it now, I'm like, oh, that shit was a cakewalk.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we'll see.
Our child currently does not have the capability to want things and understand that they have not been given those things.
Or much less the idea that the things that I want, that I am being given, I am also shoving them away with my flails, because when I drink milk, it's my whole body going.
I remember what it was. He was like 2-3 months old, and he was trying to pull his own hair out.
Oh fuck.
And I was like, why are you doing that? And I tried to stop him, and he was like, no, I want to do it. And then he would go to pull. He would go, eh. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Random. Mashing buttons, hoping for a result that'll work. Yeah. And so that's what it comes down to with the whole like learning how to poop and intestines thing. Is like she's just got to eventually figure out the right position at the right time when her stomach is going to be like, and that is how you feel better,
Yeah. I mean, there's like, you'll try out 100 different things. You'll football the baby.
Oh yeah. We do the bicycles and this tummy rubs.
Yeah,
and
the
all
bicycle
that
stuff. I did the taps on the stomach. And like I remember Paige was like, I don't think you should be tapping on the baby the tapping on the baby's stomach that hard. I'm afraid that you might break the baby. And then as that happened, the baby suffered a great deal of relief.
Oh, well, there you go.
As a result. And she went, okay, well, never mind.
Yeah. No, I've seen there's drops that people have for gas. There's like a windy tube for like fart tubing, but all of that shit is just like, it turns out that it's like, yeah, you can help relieve it somewhat, but the more you do, the less they're going to learn, and the longer it's going to take them to figure it out. So
that's why they need to go right off that cliff.
So you got to just
climb up and become the king of Iron Fist.
Oh, okay. And it's the constipation and the anger from constipation that actually lets them survive.
How do you think you got all the way up to the top?
Perfect. Yeah, that's kind of it.
You sound like you're doing a good job, buddy. I wouldn't worry too much.
Well, thank you. We're just doing it. We're trying, but fuck.
Funny, 'cause all of this stuff I wasn't really worried about. Like this was all stuff that I was like, no. It was, if I'm not looking at the baby burst into flames. That was my big issue. Like if I can't see the child now,
so that's
a car flew off the road into my house.
Yeah, there's a level of that I'm kind of I'm getting more comfortable with. That's fine. There's things too as well where I'll do things like, okay, so when I'm reading up on refreshing my kid, like baby CPR and baby Heimlich stuff, right? There's you're also reading stories from people and everything, and you're kind of like, oh yeah, let's just already put out there in my brain that it's not a matter of if, it's just when. She's gonna choke on food at some point, right?
That's not true.
It's gonna happen, and you're just gonna need to jump in there and make sure that you're ready for it and know exactly what to do, and just preemptively be already in a situation where you're like, instead of freezing and panicking and not and freaking out so hard, be preemptively prepared for that and that eventuality.
That can be a useful attitude, but the phrase of "they will choke, it's inevitable" is not true.
Okay,
that is not a truth.
That would be great if so. I just want to make sure to know what to do when it's happening and recognize all the signs right away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But like it's and just, you know, reading whatever, just reading other people's like, you know, feedback of how like it's like you from the moment you introduce solids or anything like that, or even well, whatever the case is, up to years, you know, like 2, 3 or whatever the case is, you're just like going into every meal thinking about that as being like, hey, just make sure you catch it, make sure you see the signs of them not breathing, you're listening to the sounds.
That sounds like a good way to be horribly anxious every time you feed them.
Well, okay, I think there's a healthy compromise here. I think, like, for example,
I don't think you are going to healthily compromise.
when bottle feeding, right, I saw a thing that was like, listen for a breath every 3 gulps. And I'm like, okay, yeah. So I'm doing that currently, you know? And there was once when like there wasn't. There was gulp, 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 gulp. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then she went, and I was like, you see, you drank too much because you don't know what you need. You do know what you need because there's a whole thing about letting the baby choose how much to drink and stuff. But if you actually let them drink as much as they want to, they're gonna drink themselves until like to death. They can't stop. They're like fish.
Yeah, joke's on you, man. I was ready to be freaked out, and when nothing happened, I knew it. Like, are you listening to your own description of the story?
I'm listening. I'm listening out for what just making sure that it's like, okay, hey, you're doing the right breathing, you know. And I'm sure later on when we get to the solid food and so on, there's other stuff to look out for. But I just the way it kind of came across in the stories I've read about like people who, you know, administered like life-saving stuff to unchoke their baby was from just like when they're swallowing something, especially something new for the first time that has a different texture, kind of seeing like, oh, did they swallow, or are they kind of just like, you know,
Sometimes.
Yeah.
So you got to remember, I'm coming at this from the toddler perspective, and the toddler perspective is that dirt from the ground in his mouth? How much? It's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Like your tolerance for ridiculous nonsense will increase dramatically.
I also was around. I have a memory of a 1-year-old, somebody's baby that was around that bit into, like, was playing with chicken, you know, and had a piece of chicken and just took a bite that was just way too big, and did the thing where didn't know how to spit it out, so just kind of held it in the mouth and like got stressed and started having like a freak out, and then started hitting himself in the head while trying and didn't, and it was like, it was intense and pretty scary, and I was like, holy shit, okay, you got to be ready for that. And
there's a really easy solution to that, by the way.
I mean,
like, genuinely,
make sure the pieces of chicken are not so big that can happen.
No, you're gonna fuck that up. No, don't, like, I'm looking you in the eye, I'm looking directly in the camera, you're gonna fuck that up, or you're gonna be in the process of fixing the food and you're going to turn around and they're going to grab like the largest item they could possibly fit in their mouth and bam. No, the solution is when you look at them and you're like, why aren't you chewing? Or you're doing that weird, my mouth is completely fucking full chew.
Yeah.
You just immediately grab their chin with one hand and you scoop them.
Just grab it out.
You just scoop the whole thing. And hey, if you were eating a meal and I did that to you, you'd be like, what the fuck, right? Guess what? Kids also hate that shit and they'll bite you.
Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. I will say that the case I saw, like, it was one of those ones where I'm like, I don't know if this is formative, but like what you were talking about with Paige the other moment, like, I'm like, that feels like it, like the kid was really shaken up by that and kept crying for a while afterwards. And like, it's the first time I ever saw like baby like doing this and hitting their head to like solve a problem.
Nothing's formative.
Okay.
Okay, so
Cool.
let me
All right.
hit you with this. Let you hit me with this, okay? You know that fucked up thing that happened like when you were like a really young kid and you remember it and you're like, wow, it was fucked up informative,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Whatever it happens to be, it's something, right?
Sure.
When you think back to like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you're like, oh, that was terrible. That obviously had negative effects on my life going forward. The thing you're thinking of is actually pretty fucked up. It's not like they took my toy away and I lost my shit. It's like, oh no, I got lost in the mall, or like my brother sucker punched me and I fell off a table, or something like that.
I suspect that it's gonna be a really like it would be a really negative thing until time passes and it becomes normal, and then it becomes less severe, perhaps. I can see that being the case, as like, life continues onward, and like, your life is only 2 weeks long, therefore another 2 weeks is the longest thing in the world. Eventually,
Well,
that
also they're
becomes a
not
year.
gaining like discrete memories either.
Yeah, and their sense of time is all fucked and all that shit, like for sure, for sure. Um, but yeah, as the as the banality and horror of day-to-day existence becomes more normal, I suppose these moments stand out less and less, hopefully.
Mhm.
But anyway, these are all thoughts that are on the mind when these things are happening.
You're good.
All right,
You're good.
and that's what's going
Well,
on.
I talked with you for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours before you guys even got pregnant, and you were probably solid then, right? And that was like a year ago or more. Like, you're crushing it.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's more just, it's not about like, oh, is this fucking up or so. It's more just like, there's so much they don't tell you, and even when they do tell you, they don't tell you about part 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Oh well, yeah. A lot
know?
of the adults and older people and parents and relatives in your life just lie about this shit. They just lie.
Yeah.
Just lie.
No, I mean, I love how like all the best practices are just like, or if it's for your own sanity, then just don't do it.
So there's like a one of those things that's like really important, particularly for young moms who could be dealing with PPD or PPA. Particularly if you have multiple young children, right? And it's like, if the baby's just in one of those moods where they're just gonna go nuts, they're just going nuts, right? And you've been like trying to soothe them for like 2, 3, 4 hours. Put them down in a safe spot
and
in their
walk
crib,
away.
probably.
Yeah. Yep.
You walk away for 10 minutes.
Yep.
10 minutes.
That's what they tell to people who are specifically for like there's a whole thing about like, no, we know we say don't shake your baby, but really, really, really don't do it. And in fact, if you feel like you're like, just put them down and walk away. Like, there's a whole thing about that. Yeah, they go ham on that. It's for sure. Like you do kind of go like, okay, all these little tips, all these little tricks, that you're supposed to have a handle on. I know that both me and Punch Mom are kind of just like the type of people that we want to go, okay, what are the trade-offs, right? So one of them, for example, is like, if you use the sus, right? The sus is magical. The sus will...
Our guy wouldn't take one the whole time. Not even one time.
Interesting. So
not one time.
The pacifier is magic, right? Because it's the comfort reflex of goop, goop, boop. It makes me feel like I'm sucking on the bottle.
By the way, for those of you who are not from Quebec, sus means pacifier.
The pacifier. Yes. So the
literally just means pacifier.
Yes, we call it a sus. So anyway, the pacifier works wonders, and it really calms her down. But then you hear that it's like, oh, but if you are not doing bottle feeding, if you're just breastfeeding, you don't want to cause nipple confusion, so maybe you should not use that pacifier until a month or more in, when they get used to things or whatever. And it's
would you like a counterpoint?
Well, my counterpoint was, fuck you, eat shit. I'm trying to sleep, and it works now.
The counterpoint to that would be a baby that doesn't take a pacifier. So, well, we do have one grade A pacifier around the house that he's a big fan of. Its name is Paige.
Ah, there you go.
And
Yes.
this means that mom will become mega trapped for
Yes.
year plus
Yeah, yeah,
on
okay.
demand every
Mhm.
single time he needs a pacifier.
Mhm, mhm. And you gotta be able to identify the body cues that are like, that's you're rooting, but you're not really rooting. You're not hungry rooting. You're rooting for comfort, you know? There's a difference between and ah, you know, where is it? Right? And you're like, oh yeah, you need milk. Um, so, but anyway, so we kind of were just like, you know what? Fuck that rule. We don't care. We're going to use it temporarily here. And then looking it up a little bit more, it turns out that it's like, okay, and talking to another nurse about it, it was kind of like, oh, okay, so the main two things are it's not about don't use the pacifier too early. It's about don't use it to replace hunger because then you miss the hunger cue and you don't want to be like she's trying to suck and you're not giving her milk. You're instead just calming her down with this. That's bad because you're missing a feeding. And second, uh, 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 when there's different kind. There's particular like anti-colic, really good ones that are like one piece. You know, like the
Mhm.
Avent, for example. And you want them to calmly suck on that, but then they suck on and swallow more saliva. And if they
Mhm.
fill up on saliva, there's less room for milk, which is also bad. You know, so the thought process is essentially like only after a feeding when they're not worried about food anymore and you're trying to put them down, that's a perfect time for it because they can't have much more extra anyway, you know. So it's like yeah, you can do this thing that's not what they're saying there, but it makes perfect sense for this context, you know.
I would offer the counterpoint. Is the baby clean, fed, and alive?
Yes.
Then
Yeah, 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 yeah.
like now that I've gone through the entire infant phase, right, and the early toddler phase, every single piece of advice that I ever received actually just boiled down to, hey, don't be like a stupid asshole.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And like that, like every single one is like, hey, if you think something's like a terrible crutch, you might be crutching on it a little.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Nah,
Yeah. No. I even I even was like I had an idea because I was like she was using the snoo, you know, because it's like it okay, you know
oh,
what?
that's the best example.
Okay,
Because
okay.
the snoo helps right now and you'll pay for it later, but you need help right now.
Okay, so learning about you know what's crazy too, just for people that are all like, how do baby things work, right? And all these words were so like the baby goes in this thing and it just rocks them back and forth and it plays white noise and I'm like, what's the deal with white noise, right? And all that stuff and they're like, yeah, it helps
Sounds
them
like
quiet,
balloon, bud.
right? And it kind of cuts out a little bit of the sound of their own, you know, crying or voice and
It,
stuff like that,
it
and
covers the sounds of your farts.
and just relaxes you, right? And you're like, oh, all it is it's kind of just like a machine that's recreating you shaking and going shh, and you going shush, you shushing, you shh, is you creating white noise with your mouth,
Yeah.
right? That's what that is, which then leads me to go. So when you tell someone to shush as an adult, you're just creating white noise.
I'm gonna say right now, you should not tell adults to shush.
It's crazy, but the
I
idea,
have had a 0% success rate with that.
like
Okay.
the idea of
I shushed my wife
it's
once.
yeah. Oh no. That's an escalation point. But saying shush and going shh, the act of doing shh is creating baby white noise for them to comfortably be quiet and go to sleep. That's what that comes from.
Because they're supposed to be out in the forest with the animals,
Right?
man.
Uh
They're not supposed to be inside this sedentary box of wood and stone.
anyway, so there's all that, and also some pretty cool tech too has been taking baby out swaddled in the big old snoo swaddle and just keeping them burritoed up. And I'm just like, yeah, you're comfy, you're fine. We don't need those limbs flailing everywhere, you know. And
Dude, I love the swaddle. I remember when we were
mhm.
swaddling him, there was like a movement or some shit like, don't swaddle your baby. It's bad for you. I don't give a
Are you out of your
fuck.
mind?
I don't give a fuck. If I couldn't swaddle, I would have lost my fucking
Oh
mind.
no, it's great for you, and they love it, and it's great. And
You
it,
loved being swaddled.
yeah, and in fact, in the fact that they are swaddled allows I can put her down and the snoo and not even turn it on, and then when she gets a little fussy, instead of starting at 1 and then having to go up to 2, 3, 4, 5, you start at 0, and then you get to go up to 1. You get an extra step in there. It works, you know.
Swaddling
Anyways,
rules because it stops them from trying to eat their own hands.
that's true too. I've
You, to those of you who don't have kids, you would be astonished how much time you're having to spend trying to keep them from eating their own body.
I still like swaddling. When I was a kid, I loved rolling up in the sheets and like rolling to the corner of the bed.
Wooly,
The corner between the wall and the bed. Like I love burritoing up and hitting that
Wooly,
corner.
do you want Punch Mom to wrap you up like a big woolly burrito?
I mean, no, but I'm just saying that
No, that was like the least convincing no I've ever heard from you.
But I do remember thoroughly enjoying that. That was my favorite part of the bed to be on. And the extra bonus was when it was hot, the wall is cool, you know? So you can cool down by flipping your pillow over, and you're getting a whole cool wall to like regulate your temperature with.
You want to be bandaged up like that edit of that grappler backy guy who's sitting in a hospital bed with just a head.
Yeah. It is comforting. It is comforting, you know?
I mean, it's just weighted blankets. It's just a weighted blanket.
I did,
you wrap around your baby.
which I
That's
did.
it.
I got one of those, you know, tried it out. Yeah, just fucking Metapod me up, man. Let's go. You know, no, deeply satisfying. So anyway, that's what's happening over here with the Punch Dynasty.
I like that.
Yeah, Tales from the Punch Dynasty. All right. So what else is going on?
You know what? Before we switch over to the rest of your week, I'm just gonna fill in my part of the baby cast.
Yeah. Hit the quota.
cast.
Hit the dad quota. Let's go.
So okay, every phase of your child's existence is depressing because you're saying goodbye to a little guy or a little girl that you're never gonna see again. That version of them is gone, right?
So I hear.
So the version of my little guy who wants hugs every single time I offer them, gone. Wake up in the morning, hey buddy, you want a hug? No, mama hug. I'm like, oh wow, like, but it has been replaced with the little guy who also walks up and says, "Dad, hold hand. I love you, Dad. We got I love yous this week."
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
We told him to say goodnight to Elmo, and he said, "Good night, Catmo. See you again real soon."
Oh.
And then I'm like, "Tell him you love him," and he went, "I love you, Catmo." And then he did the whole room.
Oh.
Right. So it's like, okay, that guy gone.
Oh.
New guy wants to hold hands and says, "I love you, Dad." Ooh, that's a good one.
God.
That's
damn
a
it.
good one.
Fuck. I want that.
Wooly.
I want it now,
Wooly.
Pat. Give me. I want that now.
So here's the thing. This is a dad thing, right? Dads really want to get to the more active parts of the baby's life. But when the tiny little perfect angel that weighs 8 pounds is older, that version will be gone.
Shut the fuck up. I'm so jealous.
You only get to do it the one time.
I've never been more jealous. I want the I love you. I want it.
Bully, no, I'm so serious about this. It will be gone and it will never ever come back.
It'll never come back.
So you really have to enjoy it now.
No, I'm taking it all in.
You're going to start doing "Where's My Perfect Angel Who Did This?" Like the toddler, not the toddler, the baby reflex when you pick them up and they scrunch their legs. One day that will be the last time they ever scrunch their legs when you pick them up.
Yeah.
And then the next time you do it, you won't know. You will have realized, oh, that time was the last time.
Yeah. No, I took. There was one of those. There was a particular feed that was happening on a nice calm day as a cool breeze was coming in, and the sun was shining through the trees. And I took a photo, and I showed Punch Mom, and I'm like, this is the photo that I look at before I go into Normandy. Right? This is this is the one.
If I show this to someone, I will die.
Like I took that photo. I took the photo that I can't show anybody, because if I do, that's the end, right? I'm going into the last act. Like, I'm like, okay, there it is. Got it.
There was only one phase that I actually like look back on and go, wow, that was rough. And it was a phase that was rough for Dad specifically. And it was the boy was active and alert and knowledgeable enough to know that I didn't have any boobs for him. So fuck you, Dad.
So
like there's a couple months where it is actually like, I hate Dad.
Yes, that's so.
Fuck you.
I was telling you about that last week. It's the worst feeling in the world.
No, you're not there yet. No. You're not there yet. No. That's later.
Okay, but she's already like really upset at the fact that I don't have boobs for milk, and that tummy time and comfort are not really chill time anymore, right? So we can trick her by having her fall asleep on
cardboard cutout.
No. Or the Meet the Fockers fucking attachment. No. What we can do is we can trick her and have her get sleepy enough on Mom, and then I can, get in there and like kind of steal her safety tummy time vibe. But I'm really just transplanting, the mom nap. Really, I'm stealing from Mom's precious.
Willie, for a good little while, moment. You are assistant to Mom.
No, that is your life. 100%. But I do feel like I'm like siphoning from her attachment moments, where it's like, yes, now that she's bonding with you, I will take her and she will sleep here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, do it.
Give me some of that beautiful love and energy. But the sus can make baby after feeding be chill enough to
Timo just got leaked for 2XKO. Who gives a shit about our children?
Word.
Did they leave Timo in the fucking beta? Did they just leave it in there like idiots?
So there have been rumors. We just combo broke out of a fucking baby talk. There was rumors about a 10 character count coming in. So if that's the case, and they already kind of leaked Blitzcrank a minute ago, then
oh my god,
I'm not surprised.
There's a photo of the upcoming battle pass that just has fucking Timo dead center in the middle of the fucking thing.
But with the support page with Blitzcrank, they also kind of don't care about like
you know what? Game's good again.
They don't care. They don't give a fuck.
We got Blitz and Timo in there, just like I told them to, because they listened to me.
There you go.
Game's good.
There you go. All right. And you know what? And while we're here,
I take back everything I said.
Perfect, incredible, done and done. While we're here, whatever. Because we don't have to. It's starting up and everything. But the whole bit about like you have to unlock characters and whatever for the beta.
Oh no, we'll get there. We'll get there.
All right. We'll get there. Fine.
Okay, back to our children who aren't Timo.
So pacifier calms you down. Use all the swaddle and pacifier and 15 things to distract you. And now that you're calm, now I can get some. Yay, you're gonna be chill on Dad time. Without rooting. But you just have to have a million other things taken out of the way first. All right. So, yes, Dadcast segment aside.
I'm gonna teach my baby to fight your baby in fighting games.
I'm gonna teach my baby to fight your baby in real life.
I have a boy that's 2 years older. This is not going to be fair ever. You're just trying to get my future child canceled.
I'm gonna.
Did you hear Pat Jr. beat up a little girl? What the fuck?
I'm gonna get some mitt work started nice and early. She's gonna throw hands. It's gonna be fun. Punch forever.
All right, fuck it. We'll fly over. Let's go right now.
Oh, right now.
right now. I'll put money down.
It's crazy actually how strong like she is in terms of like there are times
When
where
they
I'm
got your hand, yeah, it's nuts.
yeah, and the leg kicking out, or the position when I'm like, you know, you're holding leg up for diaper change, or when I'm like, hey, can you look the other way so that your head doesn't flatten out? And she's like, nah, I'm looking to the right though. And I'm like, okay, well, let me just turn you to the. And she's like, I said.
And then you're like, oh well, I can't force it because I'll just snap the kid's neck right off.
Like she's like, I am not looking to the left, son.
I have never in
What?
my life had a greater test of strength than trying to get my son's hair out of his hand. Because it's like, I'm an adult man. If I really wanted this hair out, I could do it, but I would probably smash your little fingers to bits in the process. So I have to find the exact level of strength that will open your hand and not hurt you.
Speaking of hurting hands, I'm also extra paranoid when I'm pulling the sleeves down and I'm like, oh, are we seeing all the fingers, or is a pinky trapped somewhere? You know,
that's fine.
Well, then we learned a trick where someone just showed us, yo, just invert it, grab the limb and pull it through, and I'm like,
that's fine.
Duh.
Got the new baby tech.
Yes. Okay.
The secret baby moves.
Now
they weren't written on the cabinet. I had to look them up online.
I mean, they're pretty useful. For the fourth time as we escape the baby segment. Okay. What else happened? I finished Ragebound, Ninja Gaiden.
Oh, cool.
Went back to clear that off because I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm getting there. And yeah, sure enough, you know, short and sweet. Excellent game, just really cool. You know, well planned, a lot of fun with the sort of throwback Ninja Gaiden stuff and new stuff as you have these really fun bounce off of bullets and deflection segments and things like that. And then very much made for speed running and replaying and getting your scores and all that stuff like we talked about last time, you know. So a really fun system where you kind of are playing two characters in one, integrating with their moves with each other, and like a lot of different ways to approach some of those boss fights, which are fairly challenging right out the gate. And it makes sense because Ninja Gaiden, the original series, was hard, and then the newer games, the 2000 Ninja Gaidens were also hard. So this is kind of part of the brand identity, you know? And I really liked it. And right afterwards, I was curious. Oh, there's a really sick kind of like final sequence also that's like a really fun, like limiters off type moment, you know? You always have your little Vanquish style like outro sequences. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Okay, so I was really curious. So I was like, now that I've played that, how is Shinobi doing? So I jumped over and I popped in Shinobi and I played that for a bit.
That game's great.
It is. Now you've played a bit of both, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now it's interesting because it's not the most direct comparison because they're not going for the same things. However, if I can be real here, and I know this is probably an unpopular opinion, I have more issues with Shinobi so far than I do with Ninja Gaiden. Yes.
What's that?
Playing the two of them, I'm like, oh, there's the main thing that's different about them, besides the fact that one is small, contained Metroidvania like levels that are open and stuff, and the others are just like traditional kind of NES progression. Ninja Gaiden is a case where your character can do a couple things. You have a pretty simple but good move list, and the enemy placement and progression of the stages is fairly challenging. Off rip, you can make it harder and progress and go and add to it. There's things you can do to make it harder as well by trying to like maximize your style points and everything. But for the most part, placement of enemies is kind of bullshit and coming for you, and the world is more challenging and things are aggressive. Bosses are also coming at you much more aggressively as well.
Mm-hmm.
In Shinobi, you have a beautiful art style. You have a character that feels so fucking fun to do combos with, and has a really generous, free-flowing, like 2D character action style. lots of
Mhm.
relaunches and ability to juggle corpses and do some stylish things. And nothing in the world is actually trying to hurt you, and nothing in the world is actually being aggressive so far. And even the more
No,
challenge,
no, it's coming from like the old Devil May Cry standpoint of enemies are there to be killed and styled on.
and like one of the things right off the bat is like, oh, touching enemies does not hurt you. You can walk up to them. They're only
We have some words to talk about fucking contact damage this week. Let me tell you.
okay. So there's no contact damage on the enemies, and in fact, they only hit you when they swing, right? So that's, you can design your game to be that way. Certainly, like there's a lot of character action games that do work that way. But if you're going with that style, right? I think if you're going with no contact damage, then the level of aggression I would expect, especially on the hardest initial difficulty that you could pick, booting the game up, would be much higher. I really kind of found that like the game is super stylish and fun while you're comboing the shit out of everything, but not much is challenging you or doing a whole lot to really do anything.
So it's really interesting that you're bringing this up, Wooly, because I have an incredibly similar discussion to add to this later. I'm not going to get there in this conversation. It's too broad, but I'm literally going to point at you and say, Wooly, we are starting to lose touch
Oh,
because
yeah.
we are freak beasts
Okay,
at this shit.
I saw the thread, so I know where you're going later on. Yeah.
We are starting
I know what you're talking
to
about.
like lose touch with like normal humans.
Okay, but that part aside, I know what you're going to get into, but that part aside, really, when you walk up to a room full of enemies, they have very, very basic, and it's the beginning of the game, so I'm like, okay, this is going to be a little bit. So I went a little bit further, and I got about, I played about 4 hours. I got through, like 3 areas of like stage thing, and some of the areas there's like the bosses are kind of very, very like passive with it as well, very slow patterning on them, lots of downtime in between actions. And then the challenging things where they're like, hey, only open this up to unlock a special challenge thing. These are harder enemies that are more elite. And they so far were...
They're not that much more elite.
No, they just have more armor. They're the
slightly
same...
more elite.
Yeah, they have more armor, and you have to break that one armor shield down to then make them a normal enemy. But it overall was like, oh, yeah, besides comboing on these dummies, the challenge here is extremely minimal. And the game is gorgeous and it's fun to progress, and the platforming is a lot of fun too because of all your movement options. But combo beasting aside, I want a game with enemies that are doing more. And I did appreciate everything else that was going on with it, but like, a Lizard Cube is it's kind of like similar to Streets of Rage 4. The ability to like juggle the corpse and do a bunch of cool shit is like, they put a lot of attention into that, and they made sure that your move list from the moment you start, from off rip, is pretty extensive. But it seems like either I'm gonna have to go, you're gonna have to wait quite a bit for the challenge to kick in, or unlock a different difficulty or so, because it does feel like if this is what the this difficulty, the Shinobi difficulty, is going to kind of be like for now, I'm like, I was having a bit more fun where Ninja Gaiden, you have a little bit less options, but the stage is much more aggressive coming at you, and like
as you would expect from Ninja Gaiden,
as you would expect, yeah. And I was like, I was having more fun with that, So,
well, Wooly,
quick comparison point for those two games.
Do I have good news for you if you're looking for a side-scrolling game that will kick your fucking teeth in?
Hold the thought. With Shinobi, did you feel any of that at all?
Yeah, I didn't feel challenged by it at all.
Okay. It was mainly just how to combo things,
whereas Ninja
right?
Gaiden, every now and then the level would like in classic Ninja Gaiden style, the level would be like, I'm throwing a bird at you while you're platforming, and I'd be like, oh fuck.
Flip out, die, yes, exactly, right? Okay, cool. And what I'll say too is that like the purest form of like when you can do cool comboing stuff is against bosses in Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And the difference between like the volley of attacks and like the amount of phases they go through and stuff is just like it's so far it's just night and day, you know. So anyway, all that to say, it's still a really cool, gorgeous game, looks and sounds amazing, and it's a ton of fun to combo the shit out of everything. But even with the adaptive difficulty where you can customize it, like you can't dial it up yet. I hope you can unlock things to dial it up, but that's my biggest complaint with the game so far. So
yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous, but it really doesn't push back on you at all. It's like it's like a it's like a 10 out of 10 that just lays there.
Yeah. Yeah. Need some pushback. Come on. Right? Put some effort into it. So yeah, that's it.
I'm doing all the combos.
You know, I know that you're gorgeous, and I know the music is amazing, and the voice acting is cool, but that's it. It's all just that's what we're coasting on. No try. Yeah. Also, I have fond memories of. So Ninja Gaiden, I remember playing with my friends back in the day. Shinobi, I didn't really, but I remember watching my friend play Shadow Dancer. So I have strong memories of like ninja and dog running through the city doing cool shit.
I played Revenge of the Shinobi 3, which is Shinobi 3. To completion minutes before playing Art of Vengeance. Because it is basically the sequel to that game, like the run and the white outfit and all that stuff.
Well, Shinobi 3, not Shadow Dancer though.
No, not Shadow Dancer.
Okay.
And
because Shadow Dancer has the dog.
Yeah, Shadow Dancer does have the dog. And like I was emulating it, so I do some rewinds, but like compared to like Strider or Ninja Gaiden or something like that, like no, it was like way closer to what you would think of as a normal video game by today's standards back then on the Genesis. And there's a bunch of levels that are just one-to-one remakes, like falling off the cliff and jumping in the platforms on the falling rocks. That's just a straight up remake of a Shinobi 3 stage. And they're kind of about the same difficulty. Like and when I was playing through Shinobi 3, it really stood out to me is that like you throw a dart at somebody as soon as they come on screen and they don't even get to activate their attacks; they just die. Right. And then even in this case now, you throw one kunai out and then you can track right to it if the person if they get activated for their like instant kill attack or so. But I'm also looking at it like, so the kunai is like a juggle tool, right? That you can use to extend your combos and like, you know, zip around and bop them up and stuff. And you can get an upgrade that lets you throw out 3 kunai or throw out multiple kunai in a combo. And I'm like, I don't want regular gunshot replaced with color up the entire time. I want the ability to throw a single kunai out when I need a juggle and give me the option to do 3 or do the 3 within the combo, you know? So you can deactivate and reactivate certain skills and spells, but stuff like that are permanent upgrades that take away something that might be useful for certain combo moments. So I was like, don't do that. Let me take that off, you know? It's a weird situation where Shinobi feels like they put so much into it that there's less of it. Like they gave the player so much ability for player expression that enemies don't really have any ability to express themselves at you.
They don't. And what I'm reminded of is like, I'm kind of, when I'm playing it, I'm enjoying it. It's cool, but I'm kind of like going like Strider 2014.
Oh, you
like I liked Strider 2014, and I felt like it it had this kind of open-ended world thing, and you're also getting challenge out of the enemies with that, and you're Metroidvaniaing across the map and stuff,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thing, and you know, whatchamacallit, yeah, Lizard Cube, you know, solid job with all of that, and we'll see with increased difficulty and stuff and later on in the game how it goes and stuff, but the Blasphemous dudes, like, just fucking crushed it with Ragebound. And
I think their current like metric, it goes Blasphemous 1, Ragebound, and then Blasphemous 2 at the bottom.
okay, interesting. And then on beating Ragebound, you unlock hard mode, which has a third ending. You know,
Cool.
so if yeah, it's like, oh, sick. All right, jump back in there. Um. So, now that aside, of course, uh, I was also like, with Skong dropping, I should go.
Yeah, that Skong did drop. It did.
That Skong did drop, and with Skong dropping, um, let me go get that old save file on Hollow Knight and
Hmm.
see what I needed to do to refresh.
Yeah, what was left there?
Let me go see what I could refresh on. So I went to the Switch 2 and I loaded up and found my cloud save from 2018. And yeah, and I was like, okay, cool. This is right with where the last boss was, when I was kind of like feeling like, you know, there's too much game here, but there's a bunch that I didn't go out and
Oh yeah,
fully
there was
explore.
you went to the final boss, but you just didn't do some of the
A
side
bunch
stuff.
of side stuff, exactly. So I took the time to go back and use the refreshing opportunity to do stuff that I didn't do, you know? One of those being Grim Troop, right? So did that.
That dude's a bitch.
Yeah, that was fun. And you know, when it comes time to make that choice, I was kind of like, okay, let me just see what I'm in for here, you know, and like it's like, oh, there's a super boss if you go back and face Grim directly. So I'm like, all right, fuck it, let's go. And difficulty, it's like, okay, here we go. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Here comes Night King Grim, you know, and I was like, and that was a nice sit down and grind it out challenge, and yeah, got that done, you know. Took a couple tries, took quite a couple tries. Not as bad as some of my Elden Ring full day, you know, lock-ins, but very cool boss fight. Really loved it, and I really loved how yeah, it was. I guess it was about like, you know, I was probably go at it for like an hour and a half or 2 hours or so, I'd say. And it felt like, well, maybe less than that. But in any case, it felt like what was cool is this is a really, really hard boss fight, but it's also way less random. And it is therefore allowed to be aggressive in ways where if your pattern recognition is, you know, picking up, you can handle how quickly and bullshit things can get at you, you know. So I liked how that played off with that boss compared to, you know, some of the other hard bosses in the game. And then after checking that out, I went to Godmaster and started checking out some of that as well.
Godmaster, I feel very strongly, is bad.
So
I really, and I mean this, I really strongly dislike Godmaster.
interesting. Okay. Once I saw what it was, I went, oh, this is like a boss butch. This is just like boss rush. It's a mode that is a DLC section, you know? And I was like, okay, cool. Well, I didn't feel as compelled because it was like there is some new content, but it's at the end essentially.
Yeah, no, that's why I don't like Godmaster. There, like, it's just a boss rush. No, like multiple brand new bosses that are literally the best boss fights in the game are at the end of like 22, 23 boss gauntlets. That's fucking stupid.
No.
Also, the game's like true ending is hidden behind a 25 boss rush
Yeah.
with a unique final boss. That's fucking ridiculous.
Like, I'm always down for the true arena in Kirby, where you have them all there ready to go and you can just go at it. But it shouldn't be that, like, well, so, okay, the true arena also has, like, usually, like, a hidden final boss and then a little piece of lore that you get, like, whether it's Morpho Knight or the True Void, you know, and all that stuff. But, the idea that, like, no, there's actual original characters and content in this DLC, but you have it essentially at the end of this mode, yeah, that turns a lot of people off, and for me included, I was like, okay, well, I see what this is, I'm not going to go all the way through this to go see what that content is, right?
Pure Vessel is like the best boss fight in that game, and I'm not going to see it because I don't want to go through a 23 boss rush.
What they easily could have and should have done, I think, would have been to make God Home an area where there's a unique dungeon and new characters and bosses and all the new stuff in as a part of progressing through that zone, while you have access to challenging all these old bosses and doing these rushes for points and for other stuff, you know? But, like, putting them together and putting the progression mandatorily at the end is like, yeah, that's not a... They didn't, I think, plan that the way they ought to have. That being said, though, I was like, okay, cool. Now that I've done that, I think I'm ready to scone.
All right.
Take it away.
Okay, so before I get to Skong, I need to do some housekeeping for the Pat Stares at Twitch channel. So I mentioned last week that I was doing a subathon.
Ah, yes.
The subathon. By the way, I would like to wag my finger at you. There's something you did last week I did not appreciate. When I read out some of those goals, you were like, "Oh, you're not going to do that." You just didn't believe me when I said I would actually do those things if those goals got reached.
Which ones were they?
The clown shit and Vincent pricing my mustache and getting mutton chops.
Okay, fair enough. I mean,
first of all,
yeah.
Second of all, this Thursday, I have a barber's appointment to mutton chop myself up on 9/11.
Is it important that it's on 9/11?
No, it just happened to be the date, and I think it's really funny because I'm gonna go on my Borderlands stream and be like, "Look at my face, never forget."
Okay,
because I think that's really funny.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. You have committed to all of it. I mean, I have not seen this level of commitment to the bit from you in this to such a degree.
Hey, listen, when someone came into my sub and was like, "How many subs would it take for you to suck a dick?" I was like, "Whose dick you got? Let's talk about it." Okay.
So yeah, I'm more than I'm used to, you know.
So if you have not been following up, I've hit the following goals. I got new emotes. I showed you those. I showed you the zero emote.
Zero, pretty good.
There's now a massive backlog of posts that people have sent to Paige on Blue Sky that she is posting every single day when I'm streaming or like here. She just posted one about Virtua Fighter that makes me want to throw up. I hate it. We did the CSB tier list stream on Sunday.
Nice.
And I'm of the opinion that what Hard R Deep Nut Wheelchair Miracle Piss Bottle Dominance is the best podcast title.
That's a fucking strong contender.
Number two in my heart was Julius Caesar, the first Roman cancel. I think that's the best one. I think that's the best one you ever wrote.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Because it's like poetry. There's like 4 layers. It's really, really, really good.
I fucking forgot about that one. Yeah, okay. All right.
My Blue Sky title has now been changed to Mystery Syringe Enjoyer Accepting DMs. Don't like that. Don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. That's
okay.
the
one I don't like the most so far.
So I was about to say, like, that's a line I never thought you would cross, but here we are.
I took suggestions. I took the most like ones out of a thread and I put them on a straw poll.
Okay.
And that's the one that won.
Every Rubicon has a price.
I'm doing a BioShock Infinite LP this week, which I don't want to do. Oof. I really don't want to do it.
Oof. Okay.
Mutton chops on Thursday. We're gonna blindfold me and I'm gonna run a page through RE2 Classic
Can
with only my Mind Palace to help.
Can I add a stretch of like you have to begin that LP by watching the pre-footage of the initial trailer?
Oh, I'll get so mad.
Just
dude.
to set the tone.
I'll get so mad.
Just to set the tone, you have to watch the the reveal
mad,
first.
Dude. I'll get so mad. Yesterday I hit the goal. I am going to do a stream in which I cook chat a meal, but I will also eat the meal for chat.
Wow.
I'm not going to feed it to the thing.
Full
Next up is Lisa the Painful LP. If you're interested,
go down
to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Put gift subs in. There's a nice little tracker on there to let you know what's coming up. But I also have there's a lot coming out this month. Like I'm doing a 2XKO stream as soon as the podcast is over, at like 6:30.
Yeah, that's dropping.
Because it's out now. It's out. But that's what's going on with there. But while I've been doing the subathon, I've also been streaming an absolute fucking shitload of Skong.
Yeah.
A crazy Skong-full amount. So let's start in reverse. How much Skong have you Skonged?
I just want to say something to keep in mind with Lisa the Painful is that it's a similar situation to Fear and Hunger and other games like that, where Lisa the Joyful is like the completion of the ideas and a
it goes Lisa the Painful plus Lisa the Joyful, right?
Joyful comes after, yes.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, the goal is Lisa the Painful plus Lisa the Joyful.
Okay, Joyful is like an improvement to everything, and it's stuff.
But it's also Lisa the Painful too.
Yes, exactly. Right. And you don't really need to bother with the first one, Lisa. It's actually not.
Yeah, it's painful and joyful.
Yeah. Okay. I have skonged a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, basically, out of the first area into that, into that first whatever zone. I think the last two things I did was because you can progress in any direction, right?
You can progress in many directions, though the early game is significantly more linear than the later game because of progression and movement abilities.
Yes. For Lisa 1, you can read a wiki about what happens in it, and that's all the context you need. You don't need to play it. For Skong, the last thing I did was unlocked fast travel.
That's good.
Which is adorable.
Very adorable.
And did a bunch of did the dive jump platform thing to get all the way to above the camp. And I fought a barf monster.
Oh, that thing is a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I killed it.
Yeah, you got a single shard, didn't you?
No,
Well,
wait. Oh, the reward.
Yeah.
I got a beast shard. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Wow. That fucking thing's an asshole.
But it was just like, okay, so I'm looking at it and it's like, what are you supposed to do here? It does a ton of damage. Oh, you can keep running to the left. Oh, what if I just chill underneath here and jump up and hit it one at a time? And then you can
do it.
Yeah. And I was like, and I saw him taking damage, and I was like, oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna see what happens.
Let's ask a different question. In terms of movement / traversal abilities, what do you have right now?
All I have is the lance throw. That's it.
The lance throw that lets you do what?
It's the attack she does in Hollow Knight, where she throws out the lance with silk and then pulls it back in.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You mean the R1 ability, the one that uses silk?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Also, I swap my buttons because in Hollow Knight I want healing on R1, so I swap circle in R1.
Okay.
Because actually,
Silk Spear. You're talking about Silk Spear. Okay.
The spear. Yes. Side note. When you want to dash and have charged attacks ready to fight a boss, but you're holding and you're charging down the attack button, but then you want to use an opportunity to heal between aggressive boss fights phases of, like, say, Night King Grim. Having heal on circle sucks because you have to let go of your charge to do the heal. So moving heal up to R1 allows you to keep your charge and then cancel straight into the heal, and then not have to let go and do that, right? So,
okay, well, to you, I say that makes perfect sense for Hollow Knight, but in Silk Song, the heal is a single button press that locks you into place, so it's not nearly like you can actually get the charge out through the heal animation.
Okay, so I swapped it preemptively because that's what I played Hollow Knight like, and I'm expecting that button to get more magic spells on different directions.
What button do you have the silk move on right now?
The silk move is on circle.
Okay.
And heal is on R1.
Okay. And the rest are as they were.
It's the same thing.
You're gonna end up changing that. Back.
Yeah. Okay. Because in Hollow
keep going as much as you want, but like you're gonna end up changing.
Well, in Hollow Knight's harder fights, I was like, this is a detriment in the ability to need me to hold down these two face buttons while or press these two face buttons, you know, in a way that is not intuitive. So I kind of assumed that Hornet was going to get abilities kind of like that, but maybe not.
Yeah.
You know.
So I'm gonna so you don't have any traversals, so I'm gonna limit my discussion to things you either know in your heart to be true, like a double jump.
Sure,
there is a double jump in the game.
A charge slash, I'm sure. Yeah.
Or something that was shown off in a prior trailer.
Sure. I did do one of those bouncing red flower traversal things, and I was like, oh, okay, I see what we're doing here. You know.
So I have played an absolute shit ton of Silk Song. I've streamed it I think 6 nights now.
Yeah.
I'm way in there. I'm encountering a very strange thing happening with Silk Song. It is so much larger than Hollow Knight that I feel like I've been halfway through the game for nearly the whole time I've been playing it. Almost the whole time I'm like, oh, I'm like halfway through, and then I open up like 4 more areas. I'm like, oh, I'm like halfway through.
So is it because there's 2 things about Hollow Knight. One was every time you walk into a big majestic area and it feels like important, or is it that you have a big boss fight with something significant and that the gravity of that makes you feel like something happened?
It's neither.
Okay.
It's neither of those things. So there's a bunch of reasons that combine to that. First of all, you get a huge amount of powerful traversal abilities really fast.
Nice.
Really, really, really fast. You get her run.
Okay.
You get the float, and you get like an air dash, like that.
Which like so I'm expecting
super fast.
So I'm looking at it going, right, what I want and expect is her kit from her boss fight to be fully available. Right.
Now you get way more than her kit, right? Because you also get a double jump. She doesn't have a double jump in Hollow Knight, right? And it's been in trailers, and it's also I don't know if you looked at the fucking controller layout very closely, but you also get a harpoon, which is mapped to L2.
Okay.
Basically, you get to do everything that she could have done, and then there's a float and a run and all that. But you get a lot of those like super, super, super early.
Cool.
As a result, you're going to notice that a lot of the areas that you deal with in Silk Song horizontally are like 3 times as large as they are in Hollow Knight, because they expect you to be running your shit off.
There's a lot of length to that map and stuff, what I've seen. Yeah. Also just shout outs to the clear reference of animation on its sleeve. When she turns around and does the full Alucard leaning down and then starts running, I'm like, it's the exact Alucard animation turnaround, one to the other.
Is.
And when she jumps,
there's a lot more Castlevania in this game than there was in Hollow Knight.
Okay. And then second, I'm seeing Metroid Fusion, when she jumps and grabs the ledge and you flip off of it. You know, that's a very Samus ass level platforming thing. So
So I'm going to tell you something that I only just started doing. It's really important because it's part of her core kit and it's never explained. If you slash a projectile and there is a clash, the projectile loses its hitbox entirely.
okay, good to
So
know.
if an enemy throws like a knife at you and you slash and you see the ting, the projectile is now part of the background.
Okay,
It
yeah,
essentially no longer
yeah,
exists.
yeah.
Similarly, if you parry an enemy slash part of their hitbox,
Yes.
the the distended hitbox that is part of their move will lose its hitbox properties,
And
but their body will not.
yes, Hollow Knight worked that way. There are moments of Night King Gring swinging at me where I clashed with his sword, and yeah, that one attack gets its hit removed off of it, but the next in the combo obviously doesn't.
Also, I haven't used it very much, but if you want to start sequence breaking some shit and you get really good at the pogo with her new dive kick, if you click in an R3, she'll use Silk to do a taunt. Taunt will lure enemies closer to her, which you can then use to platform to places that you wouldn't otherwise be able to go.
Interesting. I mean, right away in the first area, I pogoed up to get the extra berry, you know, and I was like, okay, I see what you want me to do here. It's not the Hollow Knight pogo, it's the diagonal, obviously, but the fact that you know the boss fight version does a full screen dive, and right now you have a shallow one is like, I'm like, yeah, okay, I want that upgraded version for sure.
Well, you're not going to get it, but it needs to be pogo distance for platforming reasons because the game's going to ask a lot of you platforming wise. Did you beat the Path of Pain?
I'm not there yet. No.
Okay. Well, so the Path of Pain was for real in Hollow Knight.
Oh, I don't remember.
You would remember. It's fucked.
Okay.
The Path of Pain was for real, and it required all of your platforming abilities and really pushed the pogo idea to the maximum. Like it pushed that idea as far as it can go.
Okay.
So when you look at Hornet and you start playing Skong, I'm far enough in that I can say this with like full like confidence. This is the type of game that you get when you let a couple of guys build their own toy forever for themselves under the impression that they themselves will be playing it forever.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that, if you're like, man, I wish I could play Silk Song, but is there any story that I need to find out about Hollow Knight? No, there's none. You absolutely need no foreknowledge of Hollow Knight to play Silk Song at all. I would highly recommend that you beat Hollow Knight before starting Silk Song because Silk Song is a full difficulty level higher in every way. Everything does double damage compared to the Hollow Knight equivalent. Because Hornet is sprinting everywhere all the time, you actually have way less time to react to enemies coming into your field of view. The platforming is on average way harder, and part of that is that the dive kick is way more finicky than the pogo.
Yeah. You're not slashing straight down. That changes a lot.
I have seen a lot of people. So I adapted to the dive kick immediately and had no trouble. But I've seen a lot of people going like, "Oh, this fucking the angle on the fucking dive kick is god fuck." And then I went back to Hollow Knight and discovered, oh yeah, no, the down pogo in Hollow Knight is like fucking super powered compared to her dive kick. It's so much better than her dive kick.
It's so for me, it's not the angle, it's the distance, you know, of reading how shallow it is and like wanting
you have
that
to be
dive.
really close to things to pogo on them.
Yeah, and I'm like her attack when she does it to you is like a much further one, and you know, even after just coming off of Shinobi where you can do a dive kick shallow or hold it for a deep one, you know, that would improve everything for me if I could just get a full distance dive kick, you know.
Okay.
Also, I thought,
what if instead of getting a full distance dive kick, you got a completely different pogo attack instead?
Interesting. Okay. Oh. Cool.
Just like what if you could choose from a wide variety of pogo attacks.
Equipping stuff. Interesting. Okay.
So, this is minor mechanical, but it's fairly early. So there's no charm system that combines with itself.
No, and I noticed it was more limited because you were stuck putting navigational charms in the navigational slot or
I actually
passives
really
in the
dig
passive.
that part.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like
so-
freedom. I like
Okay, I'm like kind of having to dance around
personally.
this a little
Okay,
bit.
for anybody who's out there, personally, I don't mind if you can say whatever to me about it. The game is all
right.
it's totally fine. There's such a minimal. Yeah, it's okay. Just
And also, you will get one of these fairly quickly. So you start off the game and you have a slot for yellow charms, blue charms, and red charms, which are like passive abilities, defensive abilities, and attacks.
Mhm.
And there's also a white charm slot for like, the silk spear, right? And you may discover, in fact, that you could switch to a different set of attacks that have different sets of colors available. So instead of one of each, it's like 3 yellows and 1 blue and no red.
This weapon has different applications.
Or there's one that has 3 reds for 3 sub weapons and like 1 of the other 2, right?
Okay, customizability is good. Yeah.
Right. And that is what's replacing the
open system.
The I'm going to mix and match charms to get weird effects is I'm going to replace my entire moveset.
Mm-hmm.
And then that entire moveset is going to change what types of things I can have equipped.
That makes up for it then, yes. Because playing with charms was really, really dope, and finding builds. But, of course, not doing the same thing is an understandable thing for your sequel. So.
Yeah. Also, Hornet's navigational upgrades are stronger and better than the Hollow Knight's navigational upgrades. Because Hollow Knight's air dash was an air dash. Hornet's air dash is an air dash and a full body sprint that includes a vault that launches you off platforms.
Okay. Navigational, yeah, it's traversal, not because I'm like Hollow Knight.
Her traversal abilities are just straight upgrades to the Knight's traversal abilities. They are better.
Okay, because like I'm like Hollow Knight gets a fucking teleport back home anytime you want ass, spell, but yeah, movement. Interesting. Okay.
That you also get like charms that don't have like unique. They don't create like a unique effect when you combine them, but they synergize extremely well. Like I found a sub weapon that shoots out a drill that hits like 10 times, and I have a charm that adds poison damage to sub weapon hits.
Okay.
So it fires out and it's purple and it does like fucking 10 hits plus 6 more hits of poison damage.
So I have to say that right off the bat, when I saw how much you healed with her silk ability, I immediately thought, oh, they're gonna ramp this difficulty up like a motherfucker.
So here's the thing:
this healing is too good.
When I started, people were like, "I don't like the heal because you can't heal as many as you want, right? It's always 3, right? Are you all right, sir? Did he just bite his tongue? Are you dying?
1 second.
Oh no, Woolly's dying. Anyway, so he can still hear me. But Hornet's heal is 3 pips every time. It's pretty fast, and it will lock you in place in the air if you do it. Well, we need to take a break. We need to take a break.
I'm okay.
Well, what's up, man?
I'm okay. It's good.
Okay, that was all right.
Excuse me.
A little worried. All right.
I'm not bleeding out the tongue. No, I'm okay.
Oh, you totally bit your own mouth, didn't you?
I'm okay.
Yeah, her heal like locks you into place in the air. So if you get to like a really high spot in like a boss fight, you can heal up there and nothing can touch you. The reason why you get 3 pips and it's fairly generous is because everything does like twice as much damage to Hornet as it did in Hollow Knight.
Okay. Yeah.
You're starting with 5 crests. You can get hit 3 times. You're gonna die. And contact damage with bosses is 2 pips.
Yeah, so I saw the barfing boss, like was 4, I think, or so. Like it was.
Well, he's fucked up. He's like an obstacle. He's not even. You're not even supposed to fight him.
So I noticed that right off the bat, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you're letting. And again, the heal is so aggressive. So I'm like, they are giving you a massive heal because you're gonna fucking eat it.
Yeah, you actually have a really small health bar, like a weirdly tiny health bar. It's one of the reasons why I feel that this game is a direct sequel to Hollow Knight, in that, like, hey, you beat Hollow Knight last week, right?
Mm.
Because Hornet has like half as much health as the Knight, and she is twice as mobile. And the boss fights and the arena fights really expect you to be fucking going for it. Like, I was doing some of the stuff the other night, some arena fights where they're throwing like multiple mini bosses at me simultaneously, that I'm like, this is just as hard as like the really hard shit
Okay.
in like a Dark Souls or an Elden Ring.
Now, you also had the ability with the Knight to make a build that was less about finesse and perfection and more about like taking hits, right? And like, if you wanted to be like sturdy with your charms.
So you can't do that.
Okay.
You can, however,
clean,
make a
be clean.
build that is more about perfection. You can't sturdy up. You can actually frail up if you prefer.
Oh my god.
The build that I'm running now has traded the heal for an attack. I no longer have a regular heal. My heal is now an attack.
Okay. So, like, Freakbeast alert. If I can put on the warning, warning, Freakbeasts are discussing. That's hot as shit, and I love it. However, I have heard that people are having a bad time.
It's really hard. Like this, I would put the difficulty level of Silk Song around like in between Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree.
Okay.
And it's not a DLC, it's its own game, but it was a DLC. And you can
supposed to be.
You can feel that this game was built out as the thing you do at the end of Hollow Knight after you beat Hollow Knight.
Yeah.
But now it's its own thing.
Okay.
And it was play tested for 7 years by like 10 guys who got super good at it. By the way, patch coming out next week.
I saw.
Already going to nerf some of the bosses.
Exactly. So I'm like, first news thing I saw, patch is coming out to make the game easier. And I was like, damn, already.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
The bosses they're nerfing are not the boss they need to nerf. There's one called Morrowind, which is pretty crazy. I'm not surprised. However, you can skip it. It's a skippable boss.
Okay.
There is a boss. I'll just say that it's the Savage boss. That is like, I fought the second encounter with it, and it's one of the first times I've ever like been streaming a game and said the phrase, "What do you even want from me?"
Okay. Now,
like I was actually like gobsmacked.
Okay. Now, that Barfer was something that I felt was like probably again, it's either it's an obstacle or a come back later situation, potentially in, the flow of things, right? Don't stand here and swing at it.
That is you will have an ability that will allow you to ignore him.
Okay. Are there, so far, however, like as many hours as you're in now, multiple examples of this is a challenge you should handle later, but you can do it now if you're stubborn?
Oh, all the time.
Great.
Now, here's the thing. Now, above my head is the text Freakbeast discussion alert only for sickos.
Correct.
I ran into an issue where I was talking to Paige about this, and I talked about it on stream, in which I had to go through an entire like Reddit thread and Blue Sky thread and back and forth with people, because I was like, I'm a little disappointed that the Metroid elements of Silk Song aren't as present as I thought they would be, because it's actually quite rare that I have to get stuck or get run into an area that I don't have the progression ability for, right? Like, you know, oh, I don't have the double jump. I can't do it here. And instead, I've actually been like cruising fairly cleanly through it, to which I had to be informed by my audience. That is because I am not getting difficulty locked out of the bosses that have the traversal abilities standing behind them.
Okay.
Right. I'm
right.
actually just waltzing through Morwing or the Last Judge or fucking whatever, and getting the hook shot equivalent or the double jump, and then going, oh, it's weird, there aren't that many areas that are locked out of my current progression.
And the thing, of course, with these types of, with this game, and well, anything of this nature, is failure means losing currency, means corpse run, right?
Now the game does something really smart. Early on in the game, I was like, this is stupid. Who is this for? You can go to a merchant and you can trade 80 rosary beads, which is your currency, for
and
60 rosary beads.
You don't get 80 on the fucking rosary though, do you,
No,
Pat?
you get an item in your inventory that's 60.
And that fucking bug takes 20 rosaries off to roll them up.
You can later cash in 140 for a bead of 120, which is a slightly better
That's a better rate. That's
reward.
A better rate.
And I'm like, why would I use this shit? And the answer is, there are areas in the game. There's an area in the game that has the fucking there's an area in the game in the upper left that at the door has a rosary string converter. And you go, what the fuck is this for? And then you walk into the zone and you go, all right. And you walk back to the converter and you convert all your fucking rosaries and items. Because you're going to fucking lose them.
You're going to lose them.
Because you're going to lose them.
Also, and this is one of those things when we're talking about shit that takes years and you're like, what were they doing, right? They were designing rosary beads to roll on the floor off the ledge into your doom.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? No, that charm that sucks them all up to you, that's going to have a lot of value. That's going to have a lot of value.
Choose to put that on, or you're chasing money around on the floor like an idiot.
And it's like, hey, you only have one spot for a yellow charm. Do you want the compass, which is insanely useful, or do you want the ability to even get currency at all?
I fucking knocked a corpse of a that I was supposed to retrieve the item off of onto spikes, you know, and it's just like, yeah, nah, fuck you.
So the difficulty isn't just the enemies. The enemies are quite strong, and their movesets are kind of all genius, like in a way that I didn't feel was the case in Hollow Knight. There is, you know, you'll fight like Bug Warrior that has like, you know, some daggers and they dash and they go under the ground. And then you fight bigger Bug Warrior that just slashes in like a dive kick. And like by themselves, whatever. Fighting those two enemies together is like actually insanely difficult. It's crazy how difficult it is to keep track of multiple different enemies that are all attacking you with different attacks simultaneously. The entire game feels like the Ornstein and Smough fight being reduced in miniature to normal enemies.
Godskin runs.
It's really, really aggressive. And on top of that, the boss runbacks are really, really mean in this game. They're really mean. So that's a combination of two things. One is the average expectation of your platforming abilities in this game are way beyond what every other Metroid game would expect of you. It is a game that is like asking the platforming abilities of Celeste for you, but is also a Metroid game and has like super tough combat.
And it's so interesting how if this were packed at the end of Hollow Knight, it would be an expected upgrade in that progression.
Absolutely.
But because it's packaged as its own thing,
it's right at the start, dude.
It's meaning out everybody who's coming in going, the perfect time to join and to play the sequel. And it's not treating it like a mandatory section that you had to get through the base game to get to.
So,
you know?
Wally, don't look too closely,
it's filtering.
But there's people in chat cursing a very specific runback. There is a run back against a very difficult boss. This is a boss that starts as an arena fight, which means you have to fight every enemy in the zone in like a set of combinations,
Yeah,
and then turns
Coliseum of
into
Fools.
then turns into a boss fight at the end. Like run the arena,
Okay.
then fight the boss, and the boss is
Okay.
pretty tough.
Okay.
If you do not find a secret bench, the run back to that boss is literally the entire zone.
Okay.
And the zone is
yeah.
really, really mean.
Yeah.
It's really mean. There is a, and so what I can intuit the dev idea, which is if you're going, wow, this is a really insane run back, what would be the solution? Maybe I should explore more and see if I can get some upgrades. Oh, there's a secret bench or that, what have you, right?
Shrine of
But-
Amana, Royal Rat Authority.
Sure. But the secret bench is really secret, like really secret. And it takes the run back from the entire zone to half the zone.
Okay.
There is the Act 1 final boss has a run back that if you can absolutely crush the platforming is like 90 seconds, right? If you can't absolutely crush the platforming, it's like 10 minutes if you get there at all.
Okay.
It's all these different things that are compounding on each other to create new levels of difficulty. It's the enemy boss difficulty equivalent of the end result is greater than the sum of its parts.
I understand.
So
yeah, the
boss run back to the Act 1 final boss is really not that bad. I was doing it in 90 seconds and I fought the boss 12, 15 times and he was pretty tough. And then I beat him. But if I was taking 5, 10 minutes and dying on some of those run backs, that 15 attempts, first of all, they're not going to be as good because I'm going to get fucking frustrated. That's going to balloon out into from half an hour to like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, right? That boss is harder because if you're not absolutely super locked in on what you need to do to get him every time, you're going to get there sweaty and frustrated and annoyed.
And we haven't felt this in a minute because Elden Ring all but took it away, right? Elden Ring put your statues of Marika or your bonfire graces right outside the boss doors for like the worst of those bosses.
Well, the other thing is that part of Elden Ring's core design was like, wow, this is pretty hard. I should leave and get stronger or go somewhere easier. That is actually legitimately not an option in Silksong. Every time I was like, wow, this is pretty hard, I should go somewhere easier. Turns out I only found harder areas.
Okay. So
and as the massive joke that it is, health upgrades are really rare. You need 4 pieces of a mask to get a health upgrade.
Not 3. Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, you need 4. And the health upgrade pieces are behind by far the game's hardest content. The hardest boss I have fought in the game so far awarded me 1/4 of a single pip of health.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
It was a arena fight into a boss fight into a Metroid escape that was really hard. And it gave me a single quarter of 1 pip of health.
So I've noticed that at least, again, when I came across that bouncing off of the red flowers, that first one I saw, where I was like, oh, you need precision on this dive. It's not going to be nice. There's spikes everywhere, and you either land it or die. And you have a limited number of tries because that's your health. Making it to the end, killing everything, getting, the piece or the rosaries or whatever behind there. And then the game's like, good job, now go back. At which point I'm like, or Hollow Knight tech, let me just pause and quit and reload on that bench.
That is a move I have been using a lot.
Fuck you, you're not making me go backwards. I can bench it.
I have a question for you. did you complete the white flower in Hollow Knight?
2017.
The white flower is a quest that wants you to get from the west end of the map to the east end of the map without taking a single hit.
No, I don't think I did that.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
What if they threw you a bone and said, you know what, you can take a couple hits? And you're like, oh, well, that's all right. And then they're like, because it's timed.
Nice.
Because it's timed.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? It's not like it's a big deal. It only has the single most important upgrade in the entire game locked behind it.
Most important.
It has the nail damage upgrade. Sorry, the needle damage upgrade.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, you're gonna do it. You are gonna do it.
And yeah, okay. You mentioned earlier that there is something that trades off healing for
Damage.
How good is that trade-off though?
So it's really a 50-50. So what it is it trades off the heal for a really, really strong attack.
Yeah.
That if it hits, it heals per hit.
Oh!
So it's like the same. Wait, hold on. It's the same level of healing, but you have to hit all the hits. And I miss that shit all the time because enemies are super fast and super mobile. But when you fight a boss and you hit the boss enough times in a row that they get unconscious, not only am I going to heal up, but I'm going to do like
both
15 hits of damage.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So it's feast or famine.
That's fantastic.
Okay. It also has my favorite moveset, and it has one of my favorite charm allotments. So that's what I'm going to be using.
Like, that is also even in situations where it's not practical, I like that challenge like speaks to my soul and says like,
yeah,
you designed this so that this is possible. Now I have to do it. You know, that sounds great. Okay.
It's an incredible game. It is absolutely astonishing. Its breadth and width is crazy. There are so like in that interview they said, oh, we just kept thinking of new things and just kept wanting to put it in. The amount of like new mechanical nonsense that you encounter and ideas is so enormous. It's so crazy. As long as you're willing to absolutely fucking fight your ass off through it to get it. Like, it is for sickos. And its legacy as the Hollow Knight bug game that's cozy, chill, exploration is getting a bunch of people into it who are discovering that they are in fact not sicko freak beasts.
So the game is deceptively simple and always has been, right? It looks like the most basic platform, swing your sword and jump around, hit the boss, move, cute bug thing. For sure. But yeah, I did see the compilation of like, this game is rage bait, I'm breaking my controller, you know, like everyone that like, again, the cute art style is a lie, yada yada. To it, which I mean makes me raise my eyebrows even higher. Like I'm like,
there's some shit in this that I'm like, you absolute motherfuckers.
I appreciate who you're talking to here, you know. But this is kind of and well, anyway, it's interesting that this comes right after that Shinobi discussion, right? Because
very interesting.
Yeah. However, what I will say is that Shinobi, you're so cool right away that you can be distracted by how cool you are. Whereas in this game, you have jump, swing, heal, and so far that's it. You know.
No, you get to be pretty cool.
But then okay.
Well, here's the main thing. Once you get the ability to sprint, harpoon, double jump, and air dash, the game's going to demand you use all that shit all the time to avoid getting killed. So when you fight a boss and you do like a good attempt, you are you are way cooler and more impressive than Hornet was in her own boss fight in Hollow Knight.
But I'm also
Like she's
remembering,
zip-zooping.
but like the ability to fine-tune builds in Hollow Knight 2 was really high, because things as simple as when you put this charm on, you no longer get pushed back a little bit on each hit. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, that charm exists.
I'm sacrificing my slot for no pushback, right? Or just that little bit of extra meter, a little bit of extra soul on each slash, or whatever the case is, increasing charge time. Like those little macro changes, or micro changes rather, made a huge difference, you know? Sweet.
It's exactly what they said it would be. It is way larger than it appears.
Of course.
Like that was something with Hollow Knight, but like now we have Hollow Knight to compare it to. I'm not done. I have like at least 6 areas I've gotten to and not walked in the door. I am already like 20-30% past Hollow Knight's total size.
Man, okay.
It is I got to a point that there's a room that looks just like the Castlevania inverted castle clock tower room.
Oh shit, okay.
It looks just like it. It's even got the fucking pendulum in the background. And I'm like, there is absolutely no fucking way we're going to do an inverted castle. And we're not.
Okay.
But they did make that room look like that on purpose after all. And I was like, you can't be fucking serious with this shit. Fuck. I was supposed to do a quick late night stream and call it a night.
It's interesting how like for a character who, because Hornet talks, whereas the Knight doesn't.
Yeah, she does talk now. Yeah,
she has dialogue, but it's also like, I mean, so far, but so far, it's like, as far as I know, like her plot backstory stuff wrapped up in Hollow Knight, right? So this is all just brand new world, brand new adventure. Who knows where we're going? It could be anything,
you sure
right?
About that?
I think I thought so.
You sure about that?
No, I'm not. I'm far from sure, but. I that's the impression.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you this. Hey, who's Hornet's dad?
Okay.
Now, who's Hornet's mom? Now, what's Hornet's mom? And what does that animal do? Now, what's the name of Silksong?
Okay.
So
I do appreciate the quality of the gibberish voice acting.
It's really good.
I really like
my boy Sherma.
I love the singing. It's like, you have a good voice and you're singing gibberish. It's great. Yeah, no, there's a whole lot that that's, you know, just fun to that vibe right off the bat. Little Onion Knight equivalent, I guess, like opening the door for the Sherma's the one that's singing at the door,
singing his songs.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, okay. I was thinking of the shopkeep that was singing, because the shopkeep is also singing, and that shopkeep is cool.
Chakra.
Yeah, I don't remember yet, but
don't worry, you'll get there.
Very cool.
Hey, I'll be right back.
BRB.
This poor dog ate too many carrots.
Oh.
So I got him a greenie as a treat. Here you go, buddy.
Okay. Where were you?
Where was I? Oh, I was cleaning up the dog barf.
In
Oh, no.
conversation.
What I was talking about before. I don't know. Yo, that game's good, but it's also for sickos. Buy sickos for sickos.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of tricking on people about how sicko it is.
It's it's kind of funny. Again, I guess the part where because I've seen it breach containment, right? I've seen the so to speak. I've seen, you know, the normie world, whatever, people that are kind of like not really paying attention to indie games be like, oh yeah, Silk Song, heard about that, like jumping in, trying out the first game or picking it up, because the whole big fever pitch around it taking so long to come out has led to it becoming massively
mythical in status. Yeah.
Exactly, and it has thus garnered attention of folks that like definitely missed the first time around, or like wouldn't grab necessarily just a random indie 2D Souls like thing. But as a result, I think, yeah, it is misleading some folks in on what they think it is, or
cute bug game.
and everybody's talking about it, so let's go see what and why, and oh shit, oh fuck. You know, it is an interesting like relaunch to the franchise. Now that this big buildup has happened, you know, because the first time around it was unexpected out of nowhere. You know, I don't think, like, again, quiet Kickstarter type of thing. People obviously that are like listening to this and paying attention to games and indies and stuff, or like know and have heard. But in general, it was more of a word of mouth thing that brought it up to where it was.
Yeah.
Versus this time around, where it crashed Steam on day one.
Crashed Steam, PlayStation Store, and the Nintendo eShop.
And there's a list of games that all had to clear the way and move aside for it.
There's a really embarrassing email that I wrote to Humble Bundle because I bought Silk Song from them because they still had keys, but then they didn't have any keys when I went to redeem it. So I sent in a refund request, and the refund request was like a little pissier than maybe I should have wrote. I was like, I just bought this game. How come you have no keys? It's only been out for an hour. And then the lady wrote back, was like, oh, we have keys now. Very sorry for that. Do you still want the refund? And I had to be like, no, I was just being emotional.
Jesus
about
Christ,
my video game.
What the fuck? Okay.
Wow. I didn't think a human being was going to read my refund request. Yeah, no, that game's incredible, but it is for sickos. There's a part early on in Act 2 where they start throwing buzzsaws at you. You know, like Hollow Knight does. They start throwing like, everything in this environment will touch and kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like 35-40% through the game, and I'm looking at this going like, people are going to quit right here. Like this is where a not insignificant percentage of people going to quit right at this spot.
Are you seeing a line for optional versus mandatory path though?
The mandatory path is still pretty fucked.
Yeah, okay.
Now there's a bunch of optional ways to get into places, but the optional ways to get into places are to get really, really fucking good at the platforming, which is probably going to be your problem in the first place in the mandatory section.
Okay. I also,
like, if you can Freakbeast your way all the way up to God, yeah, you can come in the back door. But the whole reason you wanted to get in there a different way was so that you didn't have to Freakbeast your way to hell
through
on
the front, on the other side
of
it. Yeah, right, exactly. Like, yeah, good luck, idiot. Yeah, okay. I also feel like it's a game too where I imagine your path, your like non-optional, your mandatory path, you still have to find it. You know, you still have to wander in the correct direction. And
so they're all the correct direction eventually. They've also the game also has a really, so there was a couple moments in Hollow Knight, but there's like 10 of them in Silk Song where you hit a dead end and you're looking at the dead end and you're like, I don't even know what the fuck gets you through this door. Like sometimes it's like, oh, I can't run high enough or jump high enough, but in Silk Song you're looking at a thing and like, I don't know what the fuck would even open this.
Well, yeah, the Hollow Knight ones were always when you walk out to an empty cliff and the map is like, this doesn't line up with anything, and you're like, this the camera has panned over so that the cliff is now 10% of the screen. Why would you do this? And you're like, you know why.
So like,
you know,
I'll give you like a really good example. I think I'll give you the best example of why I think this game is a sicko game for sickos. The game has a double jump, right? It has a double jump. That means it's really good. And in a platforming game that has hard platforming, double jump can be pretty clutch. It can save you from a million different scenarios. Well, in order to get the double jump, you have to complete, as of right now, the hardest platforming section in the entire game I've encountered. That is also timed.
Damn. Okay.
And so, like, I got to get the fucking double jump.
That's huge.
And I went, wow, I got really good during this process. I don't even need the fucking
anymore. You don't even need the reward anymore.
Turns out I did, but still, it's like, it's ridiculous. There were people in the chat earlier that were like, I beat the game without getting the double jump because I fucking couldn't do the platforming to get it. It's like, that's crazy.
Well, I'm going to, at the very least, now that I know this time around, I'm going to approach this knowing that it's never fucking ending and it's infinitely big and it just keeps shoving more in there so that I'll just sample and chew at it for a little bit and then put it away.
It's pretty big, dude.
Because I did describe how the end of Hollow Knight for me was unfortunately, like, for, you know, not any mark against the quality of the game, but it felt like that Okami thing for me, where I kind of was just like, I'm ready, and it won't stop. You know, so I got off earlier, you know, and there was a lot more to do, clearly, and a lot more to challenge and a lot more lore to it as well. But I think this time around, kind of like with the Persona games, where I come in going, yep, when it starts giving you ending vibes, completely ignore those. Just don't even think about it for a second.
You know what's really funny?
That'll make you feel a little better.
Has not given me an ending vibe even once at any point. I've even gotten to like an objective that's like, do these things and open up the biggest motherfucking door. And I go, well, that's not the end. There's too much fucking blank space on this fucking map.
Exactly. You know, not to mention the classic, and then the zone changed.
Haven't had that yet.
Okay.
I've had
trick in the book.
The zones change in like minor ways. Like there was an NPC that I found that was dead when I got to them because I had gone too far in the main quest before meeting them.
Oh, one of those? God damn. Not a fan of that. Okay. Interesting.
I never met him. Darn. But yeah, game's incredible. Game's absolutely unbelievable.
All right. Skong talk.
It's good. It's a good Skong.
What else is going on?
What else? I hit master rank on Geef.
Hey.
So that's in Street Fighter 6. I am now master rank on Geef and I'm master rank on Bison.
Congrats.
And I played enough of both of them in this season that I am comfortably at 1450 on both.
Cool.
So like right where I came in. And I'm like, I now feel confident to say that I am okay. I Yes, at Street Fighter 6.
That's a fine place to be. Yeah. It's also I think Viper is about to get shown off not too long.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool take.
For me, I'm just it's a holding pattern until Alex. Like, I want to play as fucking Alex, man.
How was Sagat?
Ingrid, you. What's that?
How'd you find Sagat? Nah.
I don't like to play characters that have projectiles.
Okay.
I never internalized, well, unless they're Guile, I guess, but I just never internalized the fireball gameplay. Like, I like that Sagat has big, stupid, fat buttons. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that.
I was about to point out that Tager has a fireball, and I was like, oh, wait, you completely dodged that grappler.
Sure. Well, now I played a bunch of Tager, but his fireball's okay. But it's not, like, it's also like, it's like basically instantaneous, and it's just as good on block as it is on hit, because it's just for the magnetism.
Situational.
What else? I played a cute little origami style platformer called Hirogami. That was a sponsored stream. That was earlier in the week. Just a very little charming origami game. Everything's made out of like stop motion little paper guys. The primary thing of note is that they are the only people that put out a statement that was like, we're not moving our release date away from Silk Song. We're staying right here.
Stay the course.
It came out the day before Silk Song, came out one day early. And then I did my sponsored stream that day, and then the VOD went up the following day. And if anyone saw that VOD and was like, I'd like to buy Hirogami, they couldn't because Silk Song crashed Steam. And I'm like, I appreciate your fucking huge balls.
Yeah, no, when you say hold, you think it's because you're standing up to the onslaught. Little did you know, the world was destroyed under the weight. The store went away. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, the store was gone.
Oh my god.
Anything else that I played? Not that I could think of off the top of my head. I will say that I probably should watch K-pop Demon Hunters this week.
You should.
Because I was walking the baby and a pickup truck passed me on the street blasting Golden at like max volume, and I was like, that's a combination that means this thing is popping.
Yeah, we're there. That's about right. The F-150 blasting K-pop sounds about right.
Yeah. Like I felt the K-pop as the truck passed me.
It's good, man. It's good, you know. That's yeah, and you know, I'm super down for this, like whatever this Puss in Boots, you know, Criterion collection is of Spider-Verse style thing. Like certain, you know, it's a certain type of animation quality and action style that they're doing. More of that. We want more of that. That shit's great. And we want it without it costing fucking karoshi. You know.
That's pretty much it for me this week. I did a lot of Skong. Did a crazy fucking amount of Skong. This week is, shockingly enough, on Pat Stairsat on Twitch, more Skong. It's also going to include Borderlands 4 with Mutton Chop Pat on 9/11 going forward. Never forget. I'm playing 2XKO tonight around 6:30. It's out now. It's downloaded. I have Vanguard on my PC now.
Teemo Blitzcrank.
Yeah. Well, Teemo's not out yet, so it'll be Alawi Blitzcrank. And then BioShock Infinite starts this week. So you guys get to hang out with me as I get like super pissed at like literally every single narrative and gameplay element of that game. Like, hey, Booker, they're all looking for a guy with your hand tattoo on his hand. Couldn't you, I don't know, fucking cover that shit up with literally anything? No? go to a big crowd and make a big spectacle of yourself, then kill a guy super hard for no all right.
Does this include Burial at Sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the others? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen. People kicked in a not insignificant amount of subscriptions so that I would play BioShock Infinite. I'm not gonna go, well, the DLC. No, if I'm gonna like butthurt play something, I'm gonna get my whole butt all hurt.
Yeah. Max damage. All right.
Looks like racism goes both ways.
What if in the sky?
Oh my god.
I fucking still think like just on paper, the concept, you know? Again, just like with Rapture, the Ayn Rand fucking hellscape, you know, the Columbia Sky Racism City. What a cool basic premise to start from. Anyway.
It's actually like really flat though. Because like BioShock 1 was like, what if a bunch of rich people thought they didn't need the poor and they made their fancy society under the ocean, right? But like BioShock Infinite is like literally, what if a bunch of racists had blimps? Like that's as far as it goes in the concept. Like there's no additional depth to it at all.
Sky crimes. I fucking I'm there.
I think BioShock
Infinite
I think BioShock Infinite genuinely might be in the running for the worst aged game of all time. Like because it got like amazing reviews and people were like, oh my god, this is the greatest. And then like 2 or 3 months went by and everybody beat it and everyone just started sitting around going, wait, it's shit, isn't it? Oh fuck. Oh, it's actually schlock. Oh, it's stupid.
I don't know, and I'm not sure. Because there's people like not everyone turned on that game. And
well, that luckily enough, this Saturday I'm gonna do my part to help the rest of you move on.
There's the online, whatever you call this, gamer, I don't know, hardcore industry follower narrative versus
the gamer zeitgeist, Wooly.
Yeah, right. Versus the folks that were like, yeah, man, Assassin's Creed, fuck yeah. Like it was just another AAA that came and was like, yeah, that game, that was cool, and that was it. So this the turn that you're describing was not a universal for sure. Like I've seen that in my life, you know.
Well, see, because now you're thinking about the story, but what I'm also thinking about is how it actually doesn't play particularly well, and the environments, while beautiful, actually don't like play very well at all.
Yeah, but if you're somebody that's just like, I got powers out my hands and I'm shooting my gun and I jumped on the hook.
You can't have discussions over the type of people that you could jangle fucking keys in front of and go, oh wow, it's shiny, makes a noise.
And they have money, Pat. Those key janglers have money.
Listen, we're not doing a fucking hyper popular podcast for Madden players, okay? I mean, people in this audience have taste, at least taste enough to listen to us. That means you're smart, audience.
Don't.
Did you know that if you listen to this podcast, you're better and smarter than people who don't?
Didn't we just tell them they don't matter?
No, you told them they don't matter.
Oh, you were standing aside as a conscientious objector.
Yeah, no, I'm running a subathon. They matter more than ever.
They matter more than ever.
I love, dude. People kick in 5 subs. Guess what? Best friends now. I love them. Kick in 10 subs. I would kiss you if we met. Give me the kiss. 100 subs. Hey, I don't tell my wife.
The animals are leaving. The planet is hurting.
Yeah,
but they don't need anyone else. Just you?
Yeah, just me.
Cue the Jared Leto.
I don't want to.
Yeah, well, if you're a fan of Tron, then you got to take the damage.
I'm not a fan of Tron.
Fuck, man. I love
Tron. Sounds like I'm free and clear here.
Sounds
like I convincingly won this exchange.
Tron is so cool. And then I saw the trailer for the new one, and I was like, wait, more Tron? And then they're like, the most coolest fucking, here he comes. It's the guy. And then Jared Leto turns around, and you're like, no!
Well, like, I got to tell you, every single time everything from Tron comes out, someone next to me goes, wow, it's so cool. And then it comes out and it actually sucks. And that includes the original Tron. And that guy is you.
It's, you know what it is? It's Mirror's Edge. It's,
yeah, I know. You had that Olivia Wilde thing as your fucking background for like 5 years.
Still do. It's aesthetic, and it's fucking, it just can't figure out how to deliver beyond that. But hey, getting Daft Punk was a pretty fucking sick way to do it.
That was smart.
And then this time around, I believe they're getting 9 Inch Nails. So,
oh, cool.
You know, but yeah, then they got to get fucking Jared Leto involved. All right, shall we take a quick word from our sponsors?
Yeah, let's do it. I love sponsored.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon. You see, that is your everyday classic wireless earbud that you're gonna get the wires out of your life, folks. You want to get in there with something that you can listen to that'll stay fit and snug. Use them when doing some boxing, and they stay right in place while doing all the movements and head turns and all that stuff that you'd think would knock them out. That ergonomic fit stays put. You got multi-point connectivity, so you can pair your everyday earbud classics to 2 devices at once. Active noise cancellation, which, as the sounds of my house have gotten increasingly louder, sometimes you might need a little of that, but I also kind of want to hear just to make sure everything's okay. So, it's an option. Yeah, tons of different colors. There's a cool mint color in particular that's pretty nice. And quick charge, 90 minutes charge in just 10. 32 hours of battery life is fantastic. Awareness mode as well when you're out walking the dog. So get in there with your everyday earbuds classic, and you're not going to have to break the bank to get a good quality headphone, unlike some of the other premium brands out there. Very useful for rocking them on a regular basis, and Punch Mom's got them in right now, actually. She's always using her Raycons, so check them out. Go to buyraycon.com/superbeast and get 20% off site-wide today. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Raycon.
This week the podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
I love ExpressVPN.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, let me try this again. Oi, crimey, I love ExpressVPN.
Oh,
out here in jolly old England.
You are. Is that where you want to?
I'm going to give up on this bit.
Are you sure
done.
That's where you want to be? Because there's restrictions on that. I mean, you want to. I would teleport to other places. You know?
Oh wow! No, I was pretending to be. The whole thing's a complete wash.
Yeah.
Not ExpressVPN though. I actually really, really do like ExpressVPN.
Yeah. No. Next time, go Kiwi. You know, that's what I say. Hey.
Didgeridoo it.
That is not the same place. That is a different country.
The hobbits were here.
They were. They
okay.
were.
I nailed it.
Yeah. Now just get your rugby going and you'll be fine. Hey, did you know that there are ISP loggers that are out there trying to get in and get all of your information, and then depending on where you live, in some places they're required to log that online activity, and then they sell it for profit.
Yeah, it's the same guys who email me every single day on my business account telling me my Gmail account's going to get closed down.
It's trash. They'll, there's requirements, but then they legally can sell all the information about you to third parties and make money on the profiles that they form on you based on your browsing history. That shit sucks. It's trash. It's garbage. Nobody wants that. So stop that with ExpressVPN. You click a button, and just like that, you get to be in a different location. You're completely covered. Your dedicated IP can have a can have an untraced IP address that'll encrypt you, get you online in a private and secure way, reroute all your traffic through an encrypted tunnel. So basically, you can not get tracked through those bullshit ISPs that are trying to profit off of you. Furthermore, you get to, if you want to watch something from a place that says, hey, you can't watch stuff, you can be like, okay, lol, whatever. And that is my day-to-day usage for it on a regular basis. I find myself basically clicking through tons of articles that pop up where it says, you can't read that because you're in Canada. And I'm like, fuck you, I'm not. So it's become...
I didn't learn to read, so you can tell me I can't read.
Yeah, it's not just videos anymore. It's like news articles are popping up regularly that are also like location restricted. So hitting ExpressVPN lets it work. Can work on your phone, laptop, tablet, smart TV, etc. Zero buffering, blazing fast speeds, nothing to worry about. So yeah, just fire up the app and click a button, change locations, and you're good. It's rated #1 by top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge. I would like to remind you to where was I? Sorry, I just lost my place. Oh yeah, you can cover your entire household by even having it at the router level. So protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/superbeast. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast to find out how you can get up to 4 extra months free. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Yeah, particularly useful when a lot of international activities popping up. It's surprising in particular because I'm like, every time I go to one of these article sites and it's like, hey, we want to put like 80 billion trackers on your thing, and I'm like, you can annoy me with all the essential cookies you want or whatever. I'm gonna ignore all of those. But the combination of using that and reader mode in particular are crucial. That's the clutch tip right there. Get ExpressVPN, hit the button, read the site, and then you hit reader mode, and then it cuts through all that, like sites that are phone cancer. All of that goes away when it just puts it in a black background, text and image. So, pro tip. And this week the podcast is sponsored by Rocket Money. As we enter a world of endless subscriptions to things that I don't even remember I subscribed to, I
don't remember at all.
I don't remember, and when I go and I look, not only do I have little chance of recognizing the name might have changed, the price might have changed. There's all kinds of stuff that just makes it very difficult to keep track of what you're paying for on a monthly basis. Furthermore, you're also trying to figure out what you're spending your money on. If you're trying to keep track of, like what you're spending on takeout, or where these like mysterious little costs are going as you're budgeting, and budgeting is very important. Yeah, just get the stressful process out of your life. Rocket Money can help you with that. It's a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel unwanted subscriptions. It can monitor spending and help you lower bills so you can grow your savings as well. Very simply, I've seen apps that make you jump through hoops a million different ways to unsubscribe, and feels like they shouldn't be able to do that. But until something is done about that, in the meantime, Rocket Money can make the unsubscription process much easier. They can unsubscribe for you, which is very, very ideal. And it's very simple to just once it's like hooked up to your account, you can just see right off the bat all these expenses, things you might have forgotten about, things that are hidden, etc. Auto deductions that are coming from your card or your PayPal account or all these other places. So, yeah, Rocket Money's 5 million members have saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions. Members have saved up to $740 a year when they use all the app's premium features. So, get on top of your budgeting and cancel your unwanted subscriptions. Reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Download Rocket Money, the app, and you enter our show name, Castle Superbeast, in the survey, so they know we sent you. Don't wait. Download the app today. Tell them you heard about it from our show. Very important that you tell them where you heard about it. They need to know that part.
It's vitally important.
Thank you, Rocket Money.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
All right. So yeah, we skonged it up for a little bit. Talked about that patch.
Oh, may I take one extra moment to speak on the patch?
Yes.
Let me find it. Hey, congratulations on beating Morwing after he was nerfed. I'm glad you're able to finally get to and beat him now. He was harder before. You should feel proud, even though I beat him before he was nerfed.
Yep.
When he was harder. Good job.
There you go.
This is like one of my favorite copy pastas. I actually unironically love it. And some of it is ironic. Some of it is not ironic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm willing to admit that, like, haha, yeah, I beat.
Yeah, you're gonna get there fat.
CR and Shadow of the Earth Tree pre-nerf. Yeah, my dick's bigger.
And you're getting there much quicker than most people are by blowing through it in that first week or so. However, I don't know what act you're in, but like, okay, so
I'm in Act 2.
Okay, there are patches for things in Act 3 that you have not seen yet.
I didn't fucking know that game had a fucking Act 3 until I read that fucking patch. I thought for sure that game only had 2 acts because it's so big. And now I'm seeing Act 3 in that thing, and I'm like, what the fuck?
So whatever ass bosses that you're gonna encounter, when this drops.
You know what, though? I'm a little annoyed. There is a fucking boss that I fought that fucking cross-Tekkened off the fucking screen like 4 times.
Oh.
Just like the phase transition just completely failed out, and they just left, and I had to quit and restart like multiple times. And it sucked. And that's not in the patch notes. They didn't fix that in the patch notes. It sucks.
Every time you use the word act in a story, because
the assumption is that it's
always 3 acts, right? Because of
nearly exclusively, or 5.
If it's using theatrical terminology, then it's always a 3-act story, right? Yeah. Okay. So,
we need more video games based around iambic pentameter.
Fuck iambic pentameter.
I fucking hate iambic pentameter. Shakespeare can go suck my shit off. That the bard, talk normal, idiot. I know you were born in 16 whatever. I don't give a fuck.
I don't even know where it came from, but I just remember one of the earliest JoJo memes I ever saw was Old Man Joseph in a really shitty scanslation deep fry with the bad text "fuck iambic pentameter" laid over
That's
it.
Great, I love it.
I was like, yeah, man, whatever that means. Anyways, that quote will now apply to anything that comes future after this. There's also some like bug fixes proper on that list of things.
Like, yeah, there are. A lot of them are like actually don't read that list too carefully.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them that are like, you lose ability to do X forever, fixed.
Yeah.
Or get stuck underneath this spot forever, fixed.
I mean, I don't know I want to see the credits to see what the QA team was like, but hopefully the 3 people they talk about were not including a QA team that needs to go and make sure that these games are clean. Because if so, this will be the first of many patches as people discover shit.
Surprisingly enough, I've actually encountered a couple of bugs in Silksong. No, seriously though, no, I've run into some bugs. It's stupid.
See, you can't see if you're going to say a 3-person team, then you're either one person was in charge of the entire QA process,
it's
or
not a 3 fucking. There's a 20 guy team,
or there is a massive team that was hidden third party that was hired, and they're just not getting their credit.
Yeah, no. What I believe, if you had to put a gun to my head right now, I think they had a problem with playtesters, because I think they used the same dozen playtesters like the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Now, playtesters are not QA, right?
Yeah,
these are 2 separate jobs and 2 separate roles, mind you. Someone who can, reflect the game flow back to you is not the same as somebody who's going to scrape for bugs and report on compliance.
Well, there's too many bugs in this game. I would get kicked off that fucking project. I swear to God, I would just load up that fucking database with just like, there's a bug in the town. Its name. I'm
what
fired.
Database, Pat? They said they don't know
right.
what
don't
Jira is.
They don't do it. It's funny. I feel really good right now. Do you want to go into a story that'll continue to make me feel really good?
I'm sorry, I'm all out of those.
oh no.
I can give you. I got other stuff here on the menu.
I got a brand
like.
new story that just happened that'll make me feel really good.
Okay.
So I'm really glad that Mr. Cannon, or whoever it is in charge of following my social media accounts to decide what to do with 2XKO. Saw my ancient tweet. I don't know if you remember me making this, but on July 27th, I said 2XKO's roster looks like shit, but if I can run a Blitz and Teemo team at launch, it's a good game, and I will send its praises.
There you go.
That was before. That was over a month before Blitz got fucking announced, and Teemo got leaked out like an hour ago by accident.
So that was probably unconkable more than anything, if someone's paying attention out there, because they actually are, mind you. But yeah,
somebody probably chuckled when they saw that.
Sure. Like I said, like reading an article that's talking about freak pics,
yeah,
is kind of funny. But yes, other mascot character that has merch associated, that's a big league staple, shows up here.
It's really interesting because they clearly had a course correction at some point. There was an interview that was not that long ago, like I want to say like a year, maybe 18 months ago, where they just flat out said there are no Yordles in the game. We are not planning to put Yordles into like the base roster, maybe later, because their size is too much of a problem. And the backlash to that was super extreme. And most of that backlash was, are you really going to make a league fighting game and not put like fucking Lulu or Teemo in that, or Rumble in that shit? Are you fucking nuts? Are you crazy?
Yeah, I think the betas gave a whole lot of info, not to mention the getting hands-on at the different offline events. But like there's a very clear like, okay, there's a lot of cool shit people are vibing with. There's some stuff gameplay wise that's not quite cooked yet, and they changed a whole lot after those betas. But the number one thing was just like, league characters, roster size, etc. And it came up every time. And we talk about that constantly. It's like it goes to the first thing that goes there. But also just keep looking in general at the discussion off of just this podcast fucking echo chamber. Sometimes it is quite clear that like, no, you got to get that roster ramped up. So yeah, that's getting 10 out there right off the bat. And also, I hope they continue to be very cavalier about leaks and not give a shit and just like, oops, here's a JPEG of this loading screen. You weren't supposed to see it. It's thrash.
It's pretty funny.
I think that's the right way to go about it. Just because
every single thing to do with this game's long-term interest is going to be what characters are coming. So like yeah, everybody wants to have the big fancy reveal trailer, but like if you just like for example leaked out a picture of Swain, sorry, Swain, not Swain, that's stupid. Swain, I'd be like, "Oh,
Mhm.
Swain's all right." You know, and it's one of those things like Street Fighter has a massive roster at this point. A lot of fighting games have massive rosters, but this is like a, you know, a game where it's pulling from somewhere else, like a Marvel Rivals kind of thing.
Mhm.
And if you're going to do 10, man, those 10 have to be like rock solid. And I remember talking to you, of course, about this like a year ago, and I listed off like a huge list of characters that if they were included meant the game sucked.
It,
Like the reverse of this,
because it would be the wrong picks of the
right?
hundreds.
It's like there's like 50 to maybe 100 characters that if they included them in like the first 20, I'd be like, oh, this is a bad game.
So
Straight up.
So, I mean, everything post beta that we've gotten now, which is Vi, Blitzcrank, and now Teemo, it's like, yeah, that's probably
Why is like the most no shit thing imaginable ever.
your main character lineup, right?
Blitz is like archetypally mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
And so is Teemo. Also, Teemo's like the game's like primary mascot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I've
Oh.
seen those hats, yeah.
Like, yeah, no,
So-
if Garen gets to be in this game, it is dead. It is dead in the ground if Garen gets to be in this game.
The other Darius, right?
More boring Darius.
Yeah. So, and I guess while we're on that with the Teemo leak as well, I saw the other part was they as they launched, they announced the closed beta that's live from today onward, and gave the updates on what changed and what's going on with that. Big one that I saw was just one case of like weird reporting, or people making threads about like it only launches with 6 and you have to unlock the rest, and that led to a bunch of like shitty feedback on that.
There's
where
a bunch of very, very anger about this,
but it's completely unjustified in the sense that
I want to know, in the canon of free-to-play fighting games, what the genuine expectation was for people that really hate this. I know, like, the typical thing is that, like, you have a couple characters that are free on rotation. 6 is actually fairly high. Like, it's 60% of the roster.
So here's the other bit. As far my, because I just went to go check, and it's like, so, you know, Lee, you build up your currency, your blue whatever, to unlock characters.
Gems, yeah.
And then originally Valorant had a thing where you had to wait for the character to exist in order to build up experience to unlock them. And then they went back and removed that and made it so that you could build up currency to spend on a character before they exist, right?
Yeah.
But they capped it so that you can't save up for more than one character to buy at a time on drop, right? So I'm like, okay, so they want you to be able to do that. They, you know, that makes sense. If they're switching that system over, I'm going to definitely expect that this will probably be the case here, where they'll be like, you can probably save up as much of a currency as you want to buy a character on drop, but they'll maybe cap it so that you can't go over a certain amount. But the other thing with this was the tutorial gives you 2 tickets to buy 2 characters.
Yeah, so this is where I kind of break down on it. So I people are saying that Killer Instinct started with 6 free characters. But then you could also buy various versions of Killer Instinct that would just act like a normal fighting game.
The
right?
full package and stuff.
Like earlier today, somebody who will remain nameless was being weirdly passive aggressive over me going, "Oh, cool, Blitz and Teemo, I like them," with like basically, hope you have fun unlocking them. And it's like, and then I find out, like, in the 10 minutes I saw since then, beating the game's tutorial gives you 2 tokens, so you will always be able to just grab the 2 characters you want when you start the game. Which completely bypasses this entire discussion.
So that's the thing, right? That came out right after that post, and that got lost because I think that was like a community manager communicated or so. But one way or another, you know, when they're talking about of the 3 characters that are locked, 2 of them you'll have the ability to use the token to get right off the bat. So there's only 1 character you're going to have locked to progress to.
And like, okay, let's say it comes out and
That's
in
not a
2
big
3
deal.
years they announce, hey, part of this season is going to be Mordekaiser and Yorick. They would never put Yorick in the game, but let's just say they would. And you go, oh my god, Mordekaiser and Yorick, fucking top forever. Oh, I definitely want to play as them. Oh, but I'll have to grind to unlock the characters. Oh, well, no, because you're starting to XKO, you would actually do the tutorial and you'd use your 2 tokens to get Mordekaiser and Yorick immediately.
Yeah.
Like that just overtly solves the problem right away.
So I know there's that like the multiverses like comparison point, but like I think like getting those and going straight to what you're looking for is, you know, that's pretty reasonable for that roster size. So yeah, that's cool.
Also, they really want you to do the tutorial if they're giving you fucking 2 free characters for fucking doing the tutorial.
Also, I believe that offline mode, you have the full roster available the whole time. So it's only for online, right? You can go.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So there's that part. So, you know, I kind of am also just like, this is like the whole free fighting game thing is brand new territory. I'm curious to see how it goes and plays out and what's going to work and not work, because obviously free to play FPS is not free to play MOBA is not free to play fighting. They have different
it's all
appeals.
different. It's all a different thing.
So, you know, I hope I want to see like what's going to work here and how this is going to flow, because Tekken Revolution is not the example and KI free mode is not the example really, you know? So I kind of, yeah, this is going to set the tone, I suppose, and we'll see what people are willing to go for with the game being free. And like, you know, we also don't know what grinds are going to consist of necessarily. I don't know if we're talking about earning a character of that last one is going to, whether we're talking about a day, a week, or
I'll get back to
you know,
when next week, obviously, when I unlock, it'll probably be Jinx will be my last unlock. But the game's money-making plan is skins.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go next. Yes.
So you need to be able to get the characters you want to play to buy skins for them. So I'm under the assumption that it's probably going to be it's going to be easier and cheaper to get characters
than to get their skins.
Not expensive to buy skins.
Yes, and their cosmetic KO screens and the, you know, perhaps stages and other shit like that, you know, profile icons, etc. I'm expecting those things to be all grindy, seasonal, etc. stuff, because that's what they want you to you know, lock in on is the cosmetics more than the character. I'm thinking, I'm guessing. But we'll have to see what that looks like. The other thing with
if they go on the way that League does it, what I assume is going to happen is as the roster increases in size, the amount of characters that are free to play will slowly increase to be a percentage of that.
The rotation is going to be,
so, you know, we're starting with 10 characters. When there's 24 characters, it'll probably be 16. They'll probably throw 2 more. They'll probably throw Blitz and Teemo on the free roster.
Okay. So it's proportional, or it scales up as you go. Yeah, that would make sense.
Now, that being said, if I were them, I would rotate those fucking characters around, because free to play people are gonna create like the majority of this game's player base just in terms of matches played.
You don't want.
I really want to play as like Ilaoi and Blitz and Teemo. I don't want to play against Yasuo Ari.
It's the Jago problem.
Fucking night.
Yes,
all night.
Killer Instinct had the Jago problem. Jago was free, thus Jago was the only person you fought online in a ton of online matches for a long time, and it sucked. The rotation is extremely important to get rid of that issue, for sure. You know, skill levels aside and whatnot, like if you have the idea of like there is a character that needs to be a reference point for people to be like, okay, well, you always learn off of the basic Ryu.
Darius is going to be free forever.
Then that's fine. but you need to allow there to be a variety so that it's the feeling is not ruined by the weight.
Darius is this game's Jago. He's also the character on the icon on your computer for Legends of Runeterra. He's as much as the game's like Ryu as anything.
Yep.
He's also got like a really simple, clean kit.
Easy to pick up and understand. Yeah. Opportunity for them to sell an extremely annoying Teemo KO cosmetic screen.
Well, I hope you like. So when I say Teemo in the game changes my opinion on the game, I want to be like really clear about why that is. Teemo is a joke about being toxic.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a poison character and is like, he's the kind of guy that if you play them well, you can feel the slurs manifesting on the other side of the computer. You can't hear them, but you know they're there. And they don't have to be accurate, but you know they're at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the inclusion of a character whose entire existence is to make the other guy really fucking mad makes me way more interested in the game in general, because it means they're willing to do like stupid, mean shit.
Enabled toxicity is all you need. Yeah. And again, like, and would you spend your fight bucks to purchase further cosmetic toxicity?
Oh yeah, fucking Teemo up the fucking screen. Teemo life bars, Teemo win quote, like fucking let's go. Let's fucking go. You know what I want? I want a fucking Teemo rage quit icon.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If they had, listen, here's the new guide to 2XKO day one. All right. Do you want to hit the top of ranked immediately? Okay, here's what you do. Play Teemo. And if the disconnect loss system works correctly, you will just get up into like gold and plat within a couple of hours as people disconnect
and
every
drop
time
the
they
fuck
load
off.
in your map.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, we want to make money, right? We're here to make money. We want to recoup some of the development costs on this game that took a while to make, right? Okay. I buy the ability with Teemo to have a chat pop up on the side of the screen as if I'm typing into my keyboard.
Oh man, that's good. I like that a lot.
You get a little log of like text chat popping up while you play.
I like that a lot.
Oh, spend the money to make it happen. Mm-hmm.
Well, like, and Riot, one of the things that Riot was actually really good at is when they did Runeterra, they were able to translate Teemo's like annoying ass fuckhead gameplay from like a MOBA to a card game. And it's obviously very, very different. But like the feeling in your chest playing a Teemo deck or against a Teemo deck was the same. He would just hide mushrooms on your cards. And so you would pull a card to play your thing and there'd be fucking 5 mushrooms on it and you would just instantly die. And you go, that's fucking bullshit. I can't fucking believe, it's this, ban this character. And then you'd be on the other end going, you had the mushroom on his thing. So that's what I want from him in 2XKO.
When you play,
right? I want that energy. When
you play Teemo, you can't see whether your opponent can't see whether you're on a wireless or wired connection. They just see a little Teemo head.
No, Teemo should be able to, his super should fucking activate Ping Crimson and just fucking, he becomes like a disconnected fucking hitbox that teleports around at random.
Am I plugged? Am I not?
Wooly, his passive in League is invisibility. There's actually the genuine, reality that he could have a super that legitimately randomly places traps invisibly on the screen and nobody knows where the fuck they are. That would not even be outside the realm of possibility.
It's happened before. Testament and Naoto both do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing with this now too, as we segue out here, it's even more important too that this game, now that we've seen this weekend, because the Tokon beta went off this weekend, this game, these are not direct competitors in style. Like on a surface level tag fighter thing they are, but there's very, very different styles of game in terms of what type of tag fighter.
It's very different.
And I think seeing extended gameplay of Tokon, we're learning, don't look at that as Marvel, because it's not.
No, it is
Marvel.
its own beast.
Right? So, I mean, yeah, Nenpact kind of, evaporated and went the way it did. Invincible, we're seeing, like, again, a little bit of KI, kind of some Marvel-y stuff to it, but a lot of Battle for the Grid kind of vibes going on. But Tokon had a 1-day beta, and no one got in, and that's fine, whatever. They went random with it because it used a PlayStation beta system, so there was no like numbers and codes and stuff or whatever. It was like the
I saw Rufalmonger talking about how content creators are like, well, I'd cover it, but I don't know anyone who got in. I didn't get in, and then a massive second wave of codes went out.
Did they? Okay. Well, whatever. If it's random, it's random. That's fine. But watching
no, we're more important. Give me a code.
Oh, okay.
Me though.
It's we.
I'm a big boy with big boy pants, and I need to tell the people about my big boy games.
There is a part of this where if you play and people watch you play, it might help advertise it, sure, but there's no need to. If we don't get it, they don't want to do it that way. They don't do it that way. That's fine. They do what they want. They market how they want. That's okay. But watching it and watching there was the first tournament. Tampa Never Sleeps did a little bracket there. We got to see some of the game. For one, Jesus Christ, it's gorgeous. It looks so fucking stylish.
Pretty hot.
Love that pencil board, kind of like look and sketch to everything as well. A whole lot of fun. Really seems, and I hope that we get to see this game launch with no English voice acting. Like, I hope that we're locked in.
I actually completely agree with you. Yeah. I 100% agree with you.
I hope that we commit to Star-Lord. I want all of that to be the only way to play it. What's fucking Captain America's super called? Shit. Anyway, whatever.
Might as well be called Statue of Liberty or some shit.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Justice. But no. Anyways, shit's gorgeous, and the part of it that I think surprised everyone is watching it play out in a way where you're like, okay, is it going to look more Strive-like? Is it going to look more Marvel-like, or so Dragon Ball-ish? It's kind of its own thing. But it's not, if you're looking for the feel that you got off of just like insane, not so Marvel movement and left to right character mixed dirt, like that exists, but hot tagging left and like crazy with Marvel and Infinite and Marvel 3 and stuff, not a thing, right? Tagging is much.
No, you're playing off-brand Strive that has extra characters on it.
Yeah. And I felt some people were talking about feeling that the game was like kind of not sauceless, but it just didn't have enough like mix going on with some of the characters, and people were kind of giving it like some flack over that. I feel that it's unjustified in the sense that it's like, it's true that it's not crazy with the movement, but it's really early, and we're gonna have to see how that shapes up, because like for what I was watching, and I was seeing like, okay, Captain America, very basic character. He's got that shield tech, but like for the most part, everything else is very vanilla. So I'm like, all right, not much to him. Pretty straightforward. I don't expect to see a whole lot. And then I saw a clip of Nerd Josh doing the most insane ping pong shield shit in the corner up and down. That was like, oh my God, that's crazy. That's sick, right? So I think before, kind of pushing it away, like give it a chance to work. The combo system with the counter, a little more Grand Blue Fantasy-esque, is like, yeah, I do think it's a little more limiting, but I bet this is also that thing where you see this version of the game, and then when it comes back around, there's going to be probably some massive changes to the gameplay. There might be new meters that didn't exist, and then a whole other new system or so that comes into play, and then we get the final after that, I imagine. One of the most surprising things, or not surprising things, but the way the progression of the game works is so different from everything else, because every tag battle is about your team versus my team, and we slowly whittle it away until one person is standing. And in this game, you start small and end big. So it's the complete opposite momentum, you know?
It's really weird.
Yeah. You don't get your 4 characters until the end of the match, you know, unless you're crushing it and doing really nuts and domination on the opponent, but they'll also die real quick, you know? But you're gonna, and a lot of people were not tagging at all. They were sticking to their one character, just calling in assists, you know? So, which is easy for people to learn for sure. But you know, as the whole, like, the game is marketed as like, it's like this, the big 4v4 thing, but like 4v4 is your like payoff for progressing to the end of the match of sorts. And you don't have yeah, you just don't have all the tools right away. And then even then, tagging is it, you have to wait till a specific opportune moment to switch to your opposite character, you know, or to switch to somebody else. So you just don't get this seamless like bop 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 bop, in out, left right thing going with it. They want it to be a lot more like toned down, and 1v1 ish, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So in a weird
They
way,
might have made like a Marvel game specifically for me, is what you're saying.
yeah, well, in a weird way, for anyone who's listening to this who's been like, I don't understand how assists work and I'm intimidated by too many characters on the screen. This has the most characters on the screen ever, but they're also
Actually, like way more relaxed.
the
Than, like,
most
Marvel.
ignorable, because you can just stick with your main and not worry about it.
Hey, I have a housekeeping question. I just referred to Marvel as Marvel. Are we referring to Marvel Tokon as Tokon?
Yes, Tokon's Tokon.
Okay, because otherwise that's gonna get super fucking complicated.
It
and
is.
Confusing.
It is. Tokon's Tokon. That's gonna be the way to go about it. And yeah, I think that the idea that it was going to be like a Marvel replacement is like, well, it's ArcSys, first off, right? Like they do things their own way. Nothing they're making is going to have that particular feel to it.
Well,
and I don't
I
think,
would say it's like a Marvel replacement in that it's going to be a new game that has good net code that you can fucking play.
yes, and if all that matters to you is that you're using Doctor Doom and he's being cool, then sick, right?
So here's the thing,
But if you're
right?
here for triangle jumps, then maybe not.
Here's the thing, and this goes into the 2xKO thing, right? I think way more people care about being Doctor Doom and him being cool than care about triangle jumps.
I completely agree.
Like way more.
I completely agree. And that's why watching this footage, I was like, oh, these two games serve a different purpose and exist in like different spaces. Even though you, from the walking in, you're like tag fighter versus tag fighter. Here we go. The replacement. It's here. And it's like, not quite. They're you know, the
one is a sicko game for sicko freaks that has Marvel characters.
I would say 2xKO is more the sicko game in terms of the how dirty and oppressive and not so it's going to get. If anything, I think Tokon is the one that's more chill, and it's a little more like specific character focused, you know. The kits you're seeing and the way that the combo system kind of works is a little, it's more restrictive in Tokon. It's a little more limited. We'll see how it opens up, but for the most part, it feels like you're meant to get your bearings fairly quickly. And once you get your bearings with a character, it seems like you can get them with the rest of them, right? Everyone seems to be fairly similar, and then they have their trait that you know, mixes things up or so. But they kind of want people to you know, and I guess the idea is to, like, if you pick your character and then you have the other three that you're not really wanting to use, if you do decide to mess around and switch over to Captain America or Iron Man, you're not going to be so lost with them. You might be like, oh yeah, okay, it's not too bad. I can wrap my head around this, you know?
It kind of seems to be splitting the difference between DBZ, Strive, and like the traits are like just a little dash of Blaze Blue in there, just a little sprinkle.
Grand Blue, you know, as well.
Oh yeah, I'm not super familiar with Grand Blue.
You know, and with the auto button, with the super button layout and stuff like that, you know. But it is Yeah, it's they're basically is like 2XKO is a bit more hardcore about it. 2XKO is definitely, it's got all the FGC folks that are on that balancing team that have been working on it for a long time. So it's coming out, much more geared in that direction. And like the Blitzcrank like tutorial video where they introduced Blitzcrank. So they show you him, they show you Blitzcrank, they show you the grapple and all the tech and whatever, and then they go, okay, so if you do the lariat, he does like a bit of a run, or he does like his wind up or whatever. You can do a Kara cancel to get the first steps of the lariat canceled into the command grab. And this is the first video introducing the grappler character to you, and they show you a Kara command grab and refer to it as such. Right?
It's for sickos.
That's like this is their intentions laid bare. Is they've made this one button special game have the ability to do, Kara pot busters.
I gotta say, 2XKO's like expertise discussion is so weird. Like, we want everyone to get in. That's why specials are one button. Meanwhile, it's a tag game with Kara canceling.
Yeah. And I think it's because essentially, like, again, that's a team where they're like, the whole like lift, lower the floor, raise the ceiling. It like we're sending it to space with this shit.
Here's a really good example. Someone in the chat was like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about with Kara canceling. What is that?
Exactly. Right. They're using FGC lingo.
Sicko technology for sicko language.
The stuff that Stephen King sees on Twitter, and his eyes bug out. I don't know if you ever saw that one, but like Stephen King quote tweeted someone talking about Brian. Someone was complaining about Brian in Tekken 8, asking why a Snake Edge, like saying that Snake Edge needs to be modified because it's a tracking mid, or like it's a tracking low, and they wanted something on the and it's plus and not punishable. And not launch punishable. And like and Stephen King was like, this seems like the English language, but I'm not sure. Like, every time I look at it, I think I can understand, but then it keeps getting more deep and fascinating, like, yeah. So anyway, they're baking it into the tutorial with 2XKO, whereas Tokon is like dumbing it down and simplifying, I think there's room for all kinds on the bus, man. There's room for all kinds of space here. And I always remember too that there was that leak list that came out some time ago or whatever, where like Tokon got leaked as a project, and on that list was a proverbial Marvel 4 on that leak list that was specifically outlined to be not Tokon, so
I don't know if I believe that.
I don't know. I think you'd need a whole lot of space. And I think Marvel themselves could always see the success of this project and be like, we're doing this for money now, but at the very least, like, the idea of an accessible Marvel character fighting game that has a bunch of characters everybody wants to see dropping in regularly, is that should exist. And that's dope. I think that alongside 2XKO are two pretty solid things holding up the throne. And we'll see what happens with Invincible, but I kind of think that people don't care enough about Invincible for that to really take off too much, even though KI is great and Invincible is great, but they're not banner holders, I don't think.
I don't feel it. Oh, maybe, as we've discussed, this is the Sicko Freak podcast for Sicko Freaks. But I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's gonna be it'll be like Power Rangers, where I love that game, but it's only gonna be as appealing as somebody who's down for, Virgil quotes coming off of Adam, doing left-right mix-ups on you. So, or rather, the Quantum Ranger, excuse me. Anyway, so that's what's going on there.
Before we leave these two, I want to talk about just one little tiny thing about Tokon and 2XKO. I'm not joking around when I say that my opinion has actually, like, I called it out, like, haha, Timo Blitzcrank. I'm so serious that every opinion I have has completely inverted on this game because now that no, hold on.
Okay, all right.
Because now it contains characters I actually really like and want to play.
Okay.
Like there was always going to be the possibility that like, oh, they added characters, blah blah blah. Like, and I was like, still, but like, but that's what's going on with DBFZ and Tokon is like, yeah, I would like to play Star-Lord and Captain America. That seems really cool. I would like to play Iron Man and Ghost Rider and Doom. Like,
So,
absolutely, 100%.
So you know what's funny for me with Tokon is as awesome as it looks, I didn't see anyone that was like my particular main material.
Oh, they'll get there, don't you worry.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, but the Wooly character doesn't exist yet, right? However, when I'm interested on the premise of what's going on, I'll find a way, right? So, you know, Biken wasn't around, I'll play Sin. I want to play this game, right? I saw Star-Lord do...
Can you give me a second?
All
This
right.
guy's freaking out like there's something at the door.
BRB?
Turns out what that dog saw outside was his own desire to shit fat logs.
Oh, yeah. You can bark at that. You can bark at that desire. So yes, as somebody who's like, I will often fall in love with a character more than the game itself, and if that character does not exist, then I can totally just fall for functions, right? And I saw Star-Lord do an EX rainstorm from the top of the screen,
Yeah.
and I was like, yeah,
Gunslinger.
yeah, that's the one. That's all it took. I don't care about anything else. You know, Kamala doing like Spencer zips was pretty cool, but EX Rainstorm all the way from the top to the bottom is the hottest shit, and I'm gonna play that character no matter what. Great in there. You know, and furthermore, I'm almost just like, when I started playing Rivals, I didn't know that I would particularly care about Ileana or Moon Knight, but here we are.
Yeah, I never in my life thought there'd be a game ever that I was like, yeah, Mr. Fantastic.
Let's get right. What, you know? And on that note, actually, it's funny because like I feel like for all the Tokon guest picks, all you can just look over at Rivals homework and like just be like, yeah, we can put Blade in this game. You know, yeah, who wants Ultron? Sure, that works. The full Fantastic Four? Why not? Like all
Fantastic Four as one character.
Oh my god. Of the four. Yes. Yeah. Okay, right. Yep. Yeah, you know, and you know, we already we see the strange leaks and all that stuff, but they can easily grab any one of those and just yank them in there. But yeah, I'm leaning towards Star-Lord. I think he looks pretty sick. Also, when those Doctor Doom shotgun like point blank gun shot finishes look sick too. But anyway, we'll see. It's what's unfortunate, I will say, the one thing I didn't like cosmetically was that, like, maybe this will change, but it seems like the intros are like these really long, it's not quite Blame the Beasts, but it's just like Tokon Fighters versus Tokon Warriors teams, and it doesn't seem to be like character lore focused.
Seems totally pointless.
Yeah, which is a bummer, because the thing we care about that you'd love to see more of is like these characters having their interactions with each other. And one of the funnest parts of Marvel Rivals is the conversations and banter they have with each other before the round starts. You know, the little interactions they get when they're talking shit to each other or cracking jokes and stuff. And it's like, fighting games are a perfect opportunity to do that. Don't lose out on that chance, you know? So I hope we see more specifics with you know, the characters coming out as lore more than just generic Tokon teams. All right, what else is going on? So I know, again, you wanted uplifting stories, all out of that, but how about this? You reading any, you see any of that restricted mode YouTube shit going on?
I've seen it, yeah.
You know it's bad when Red Letter Media makes a video about YouTube monetization. The thing that they hate the fucking most, that they never want to talk about, is the content creation part of the gig. Long story short on this one, YouTube is in the process of enshittification, as you do. I've often said to anybody who asks about the gig, about this type of job, that I'm like, yeah, you never know when these sites are gonna shit their bed and completely fuck up what works. So you know, so just always be cautious and careful of things exploding. And yeah, sure enough, that has happened. A bunch of people on videos are seeing a ton less views, and overall, people that are subscribed to channels are not seeing videos they subscribed to, because an AI detected restriction filter has turned on. So people's accounts are not seeing stuff that the AI filter is deeming crass, essentially. And
they're basically being put on baby jail timeout because the robot thinks they're baby.
And advertiser friendliness is, of course, up paramount, and especially in this fucking MasterCard Visa time, everyone's, you know, twisting up those panties. So long story short, go to your desktop browser, go to your icon in your character on your profile and turn restricted mode off if you see it on, because if it's on, there's a decent chance that channels like ours that cuss and say bad words
I've said a bad word once or twice.
might be hidden from you, and you might not see what the fuck we're publishing because YouTube AI said nah.
This feels like the kind of thing that they'll have to roll back because people who don't see videos they like anymore don't watch those videos, which means they aren't served ads. So, like, you know, like,
Yeah, and I think they also don't care as much in the sense that I know they did some bot cleansing or whatever, so there is a general downturn on views, and what counts as a view has also changed. Some people figured out some stuff because the algorithm is always a mystery. But all this to say in general that yeah, that thing is a way that a channel you're subscribed to might not show up. Their videos might not show up if you have this stupid thing on. Meanwhile, in the shorts side of YouTube, they're automatically putting on an AI filter that makes shit look like garbage and changes the coloring
I
of
saw it
things.
on our bullshit.
Yeah, it's you can't avoid it. It's automatically on, and
Fucking up my skin, something fierce.
well, it's so bad that like the Will Smith embarrassment tour is embarrassing enough on its own, but they're making it look like his crowds are AI generated because a bunch of weird monster faces are showing up in the crowd.
But no, it's actually real crowds that are just being AI filtered into looking not real.
You know, so it's mandatory because of course that's how they roll everything out on this fucking platform. So good stuff, guys. Just a heads up on that. Turn that shit off.
Also, Will, stop.
Oh, if he knew,
like, I'm not a music critic. But
if he knew how to stop, he would have stopped a long time ago. You don't get.
Oh man, you need to find yourself a new bald woman to cuck you or whatever. I don't know, but
Pat, you do not get to the red table if you know how to stop. That's not how you make it there. Anyways. Beyond that, I got a little bit of damage over here. Were you a fan of Prey 2006?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was a fan of I ironically enough am a massive fan of Prey 2017, which has its own controversy over using the name Prey because of the fact that they fucking killed Prey 2 in the attempt to absorb Human Head, which led to Human Head's bankruptcy.
And now a large collection of Prey 2 footage has surfaced.
Apparently it's awesome.
That doesn't sound convincing.
Well, I'm not gonna watch. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
I took a look. So okay. Here's the thing.
It's one of those things where I'm getting older and I'm getting to the point. I'm like, why watch thing to get mad?
Yeah. No. So this is for the subathon, of course. But
you didn't subscribe to my channel to make me watch this.
So the thing is this, right? This is a weird situation because I've heard you say nothing but good things about Prey 2017. But,
yeah, except that game was supposed to be called Psycho Shock.
And that's it. Like it's not like the name makes any sense and that anyone's defending the idea that they should have used the same name to erase this thing. Clearly. What I do remember is I have early trailer footage in my head of this game like teasing itself as a first-person shooter with horror stuff going on, and then there's portals in it.
That's the first game.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then Portal was also a thing, and then I remember it's like, oh, but Portal lets you put the portals anywhere, and this one, portals were just set parts of the stage.
Yeah, that was the main distinction, yeah.
And it kind of just ate the lunch of that tech, even though it was a puzzle game and a different thing entirely.
Because, like,
it's not an action shooter at all.
In Portal, you could place them anywhere, but you're placing them inside featureless fucking gray rooms, whereas
with
Prey
no enemies.
had them like all sorts of complicated environments. It was fucking right. It was not a fair comparison.
Yeah. But it was that first thing of like, oh, whoa, teleporting portals, that's cool. And then immediately like, nah, fuck that shit. Look at this, though. Infinite looping and slingshotting yourself out and all that cool shit. And it just kind of like got forgotten as the game that had the portals but not as good to me anyway. But yeah, so there's more footage of that, and you know, it's long since gone and whatever, and that name's been completely absorbed and taken, so it's like double dead. But this footage existed, so I'm assuming somewhere a dev on it got really pissed off and just went, nah, fuck this, it's been long enough. Okay, well, some folks definitely are like, yeah, extra mad now.
I think the part that is super fucked up is that like Prey 2, sorry, got massively fucked over.
Mm-hmm.
And that sucks. But Prey 2017 is legitimately one of the best games I've ever played in my life. So like
but it shouldn't even be part of the same conversation because again,
no, it should actually be called Psycho Shock or Neuroshock,
which is a fantastic name. This is really cool. That's super cool.
There's a skill in the game called Psycho Shock. Like it was very obviously going to be that. No, we own the name Prey. Use Prey. What, like the same? It's not even going to be Prey 2? Yeah, just use it again.
Okay, but now when you look up Prey, you're also getting fucking Predator.
Yeah.
Because that movie is a thing. And when you look up Prey 2, they're like, "Oh, is it the sequel to that movie with the Predator in it?" So it's double. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Terrible. What a bad idea. Anyway, and last little bit, I just thought it was cool. I saw Octopath Traveler 0 got announced. And
they're demobilizing that game.
It's a mobile game?
It's their gacha game. That's why the gimmick is about how many people you can. Wait, hold on. The gimmick was like, here's how many characters you can have from all sorts of different things, including like Final Fantasy VI, right? But they've like demobilized it and they're turning it into like a regular game for human beings.
Okay.
Which is like, I could go for more of that, please.
So yeah, not just phone ported, de-gachified.
I don't know if it's gacha, but
demobilized. Okay.
I would pay upwards of $45 for Honkai Star Rail regular game edition.
It would be great to enjoy games like this with all of that shit removed. But even the ones like when I played that mecha game the other day, or the Mega Man game, it's like even when you try to clean it up, you're not really cleaning it up. The guts are always there. It's
oh
sucks.
Yeah, that game fucked up that shit really bad. That Mega Man fucking thing.
All right. The one detail about it I saw that I was like, oh, it has a character creator. That's a cool thing to do for like a sequel, but I guess it's not quite a full on sequel in that way. All right.
Dude, I'm like passively scrolling the 2XKO subreddit.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the most fascinating shit in the world. I've never seen more people who don't play fighting games interacting and talking about fighting games in ways that like it's like traveling back in time to like the 90s about the like, oh, get rid of the fucking screen shake. They're not going to remove the screen shake to make it degen like Marvel. What does that even mean?
Wait,
how would removing the screen shake make it degen? What are you talking? Like it's like SRK in like 99. It's incredible.
Wait, people are complaining about the screen shake?
Sure are.
What's wrong with screen shake?
I don't fucking know, man. I don't know.
I mean, okay, hold on. Screen shake is in Street Fighter 6 tells you when you're plus on block, right?
Yeah, and they're super mad about the delay on tagging and shit. It's super fucking funny. Remember, these are League players. League players and fighting game players talking to each other.
So I saw there was a post that someone made like that was like a meme or whatever, complaining about the fact that there's so the way they phrase it is Tokon Beta comes out and there's no practice range, and it's a meme of somebody getting upset or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that. What the
Yeah,
fuck? It's a shit.
yeah. Well,
Fucking beta.
no. Okay, I want me I want me a lab or whatever. But the funniest part is the first post underneath it was just somebody like with the screenshot of Inglorious Bastards with the dude counting to 3, like
Yeah.
this, and it says practice range.
It's
I'm
great.
like, oh, you exposed yourself, you fool. You called the training mode, you called the lab a practice range, did you? Fellow fighting gamer?
Fellow fighting gamer. Yeah, absolutely.
You counted without your thumb, idiot. Oh man, what a great use of that fucking post. I like fantastic. Just it's the shot of him like looking at, he's got the three fingers up, and from across the bar he's just like, I see. That's how you count, huh?
I actually look at 2XKO with like there's it's like an anthropological social perspective going on here of like forcing people who play League of Legends to interact with non-League of Legends human beings, aka human beings, and that's just so fascinating. That's just so interesting.
I mean, Persona fans survived it. When Arena and Ultimax came out, you know.
See, I got confused for a second, and I thought you were implying that Persona fans survived contact with League of Legends, and my brain went, no, they didn't.
No,
They just died.
No.
They just died immediately.
No, they need single player games where you date people and feel comfortable. You can't put that out there against. Nah.
You know who'd play League? Yosuke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's really comfortable using the type of language a League player would use.
Would he be playing League or would he play Dota?
He'd play League.
He'd play League? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And probably some DayZ.
He'd play fucking Talon and fucking feed mid.
Tarkov.
And then fucking crash out.
Yosuke play some Tarkov. And he'd do the lean.
No, Yosuke would not play Tarkov. Fucking Futaba would fucking play Tarkov.
Yeah, okay, fair. Fine. Yeah, okay.
Nothing to her.
Yeah. If we're bringing Futaba into the mix, then sure. All right. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in, man, that's such a good, like, what games would fictional characters play is like tickling my brain, really specific. If you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Oh, that's right, dude. Fucking Shigaraki from My Hero Academia is a League player. That's canon.
Oh, sick. Okay. Dojima is a beast at Candy Crush.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. My brain was gonna say Kanji plays Cooking Mama. Someone said it. I was thinking the same thing. I literally was. Yeah, there you go. All right. Let's see over here. What do we got? Hegland asks, dear esteemed drag queens, Rachel, Tension, and Petty Cake. Are those real? Right. Are those real people?
No, that's you and me, man.
No, I know, but I'm wondering if these names were used.
No, I don't think so.
Racial Tension and Petty Cake. Why not just go with Patty Cake? Petty, I guess. All right, fine. Anyway, I feel like
I gotta do the snaps, dude.
You gotta serve. Yeah. You gotta.
Come on.
You know. The line between.
I'd rather serve cunt than my country. Thank you.
There you go. Let's go. Paris is burning or whatever.
You can't just go Paris is burning or whatever, dude. Like, it's the most low effort shit ever.
The line between drag name and derby name is extremely razor thin. But I appreciate a good derby name. Anyways, in my 8th grade, my classmates were all starting to get more money from paper delivery, bigger allowance, family businesses, and so on. There's also a really nice bakery that sold Subway-style sandwiches with their own fresh-made bread. Had a stamp card where if you bought 10, you got one free. Coincidentally, this bakery is 5 minutes away by bike, and my school had weirdly long lunch breaks, like an hour. So the hustle went like this. I'd stand up and say, oh man, I could really go for one of those sandwiches. Anyone want me to pick one up? And enough people said yes, and I ended up getting a lot of free sandwiches.
This is the fucking best, dude.
And I would get all the stamps.
You're trading your labor for unknown gain that is not harming anyone. This is A+ hustle.
At peak, I got 3 free sandwiches in 1 week before the others caught on, and it fell off. But I must have gotten over 30 free sandwiches that delicious half year.
Hey, your friends and classmates are fucking idiots. You're literally going out to get them for them. You're providing them the fucking time to not go get it. You're not doing it for fuck them.
I know it's not the greatest, but I bought a lot more sandwiches than I got for free, but they were just that good. How did I do? Pristine, distilled, pristine, pure 101% hustle. There is not an ounce of scam anywhere to be seen.
There is no difference in that between the cashier asking you, hey, you don't have your Optimum card. Can I scan mine?
Can I use
the
mine?
Store card?
Yeah.
And they go, by the way, a lot of places think that's like criminal. That's insane. The person standing at the fucking register all day, yeah, use the fucking Air Miles card. I don't give a fuck.
The person who wants a service gets it, identical to what they have requested, and an unseen benefit that it reaped on the system.
Yeah, and also they got convenience. They got what they requested plus convenience
brought to them. True, right? Hey, anyone want me to pick one up is actually like you're doing labor. You're going out to retrieve it for them. You know, you could stand on business and say that like that is my cut, is getting the stamps. And
it is.
And of course, the people at the shop know what's going on, and they don't mind because you're bringing them business for 10 sandwiches constantly.
Yeah, you're coming in going, hey, give me 12 sandwiches. They're like, yes, sir. Here you go.
Win, 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 win. You know,
this drives me so fucking crazy, Wooly. This is like what's wrong with society. People discover that someone is benefiting in a way that they are not personally benefiting, and they would rather stop benefiting at all.
Yeah.
Then allow somebody else to get something.
No, there's no villain directly in the story, but it does sound like after the people found out, they kind of stopped doing it because they're like, I guess you're getting that free sandwich, you know?
What the hell? You're stealing my stamp. I went and got it for you. I'm not stealing shit. I'm the one who bought it because I went down there myself. I'm so mad for them. They're so right about this.
Pure hustle.
I would be mad my whole life about people finding out and going, oh, I hate them. I would be mad forever.
I mean, you know, they seem to be taking the perspective of I ate good for a half year, you know, so yeah, you got in while
I
it
actually had a
lasted.
version of this.
Mm-hmm.
I would charge when I was recreating unsolicited backups of PlayStation 1 games in high school for personal use only.
Mm-hmm.
I would charge $5 a disc. And, you know, FF9 and FF7 fucking crushed it. Thanks, guys. And at some point, sometime, someone would go, hey, I just went to Staples and I found out that CDs don't cost $5 a disc. And I went, yeah. They're like, well, you're ripping me off. I'm like, okay, go pay 65 instead of 20, idiot. What is your fucking problem?
Yep. I lugged that 24 case of soda, to my locker. That was my fucking labor.
Takes me all day to fucking print this thing out for you. Can't use the computer at all.
Shout outs to the Dreamcast burners that actually printed out a label and stuck it on the disc too.
Crazy. That was so nuts.
Like extra service,
I remember when the Dreamcast piracy, there was a moment, and it actually kind of backslid for PS2 piracy. Like PS2 piracy you had to use a slide tool and shit like that. But there was a moment with like Dreamcast piracy that I'm like, I think we might be flying fucking way too close to the sun on some of this shit. This seems a little fucking. Well, it seems really easy to get really professional.
I mean, the Dreamcast one, like the downside was that it fucked with the lens, like it didn't like that over extended.
Luckily, the rest of the Dreamcast was extremely durable.
I mean, it was really just the lens that would break.
Yeah, no, it was a fucking piece of shit.
No,
that console sucked.
It was just the lens that would stop working. The only reason why I got more than one all the time was just because of that one issue.
Yeah.
It was fine.
It was desperate to kill itself. Desperate.
Yeah. Anyway, good hustle. Pristine, good stuff, Yeah, that's one of the last good ones there. Don't get a whole lot of hustles in life these days, All right. Let's see.
I'm so mad on their behalf. I'm so mad for them, dude. I'm like, they were so right. They were so right.
What was your last good hustle? Okay, well.
Hey, so by the way, I'm running a subathon this month. If you want to go down, you can give me some money, and I'll dress up in makeup and wear a clown wig.
There you go. Yeah. All right.
I resent you for forcing my hand on this.
Okay.
And outing the hustle status.
Okay. I got some Uber rides back in the day. That was cool. But yeah, let's take one. Max or Hateful Dead says, "Dear Castle,
You sure did, Wooly. You sure did get a lot of Uber rides.
Dear Castle, we recently got a new manager at my job, and she felt the need to give me a talking to about my lack of uniform. She didn't like that I don't come into store wearing my work shirt, which I haven't done in 2.5-ish years that I've worked at the store. I work graveyard shift at a grocery store as a stalker. The store is closed before the shift even starts, so my uniform is on before the store opens at 6 a.m. Last manager didn't care. None of the coworkers had an issue as far as I know. What is the dumbest thing you've gotten in trouble with or taken aside for at a previous job?"
Oh, the worst thing I ever got in trouble with that was stupid as fuck was telling a customer the correct price of an item. They were completely losing their fucking minds and screaming. And my manager was like, "Hey, what's his problem?" I'm like, "He wants I forget what it was. It was like, let's say tomatoes. He wants the tomatoes for like $2, but it's actually $3. They're like, just give him the fucking thing for whatever he's asking." I'm like, no. And then it became my fault that the customer was yelling and making a racket because I told him the correct price. And the fact that security had to get called was my fault because I wouldn't just capitulate. And so the end of that story was my manager just went past me and went, "Yeah, here it is. Just stop."
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay. Now, like, you have a detective.
This is why you just let people steal and don't give a shit. Well, by the way, this is why you have taught me to just let anyone steal, and for me to go, "I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna steal as much as you want."
I mean, you can tell, I'm sure, when the person is walking in and the outrage is planned in advance, right? Like when the
Oh yeah, you can tell. Yeah, 100%.
this is the performance. I am now I'm coughing and preparing to get into my role.
I'm at the grocery store so that I don't have to talk to my fucking horrible wife. Who else can I yell at here? Oh, cool. It's me. It's me.
I don't think I can't think of getting taken aside on something like this at work, but I do recall that back at QA, they were not too fond of me and my friends using wet naps as a term for all incompetence whenever something would come up.
I bet they wouldn't like that.
They didn't
That's
enjoy
really
that.
fucking funny. That's really fucking funny.
Yeah. The short version of the story was that we used to get wet naps to wipe down our controller station kit and hands and everything before we left for the day. And everyone, of course, you're going to sit at a desk that someone else might be sitting at tomorrow. So it's important to just clean your station,
Sweating all over it and shit.
etc. And it was a simple thing. You'd get a couple of them by the end of the desk, and they would just have them on call available on a regular basis. Eventually, when cutting down on costs and saving money, they eventually decided to get rid of wet naps, making nobody had the ability to clean their stations anymore. And hey, guess what? People got more sick, and we saw it. People were literally getting more sick, and people would come into the office sick and get other people sick and spread that shit around. And the cost of people not showing up would be reduced man hours on the project, which would ultimately cost more than the fucking simple go down to the pharmacy and buy more wet naps.
Yeah, but look, I saved the money. Look, I saved it. I saved on it.
And just like that, right? One person being out for the day is the cost of all those wet naps that you saved money on thrown out. And every time they made a stupid decision that was completely backwards and financially made no sense and was the worst thing for them, made everyone's life worse over such a simple thing that anyone competent could manage and handle, I would just turn to my friend and say, wet naps, dude. Wet naps. That's it. Nice little litmus test.
Dude, it sucks. There's a lot of people listening to this that know exactly what I'm about to say. It sucks when you're completely right about something. Where you're just like,
I don't want to be.
You're like 100 times out of 100 dead on about something.
Suffering from success.
And everybody around you is like, nah. And you're like, okay, I'm just going to wait for there. It happened. It happened just like I told you. Now it's my fault. I'm being negative.
Yeah.
I could have I literally tried to stop you.
Just the demoralizing conversation that I have to have with friends that are working that are just like, it's like, no. The problem is that you care too much. You're putting,
that's definitely a problem.
You're putting too much of yourself because you're a good person who wants to do a good job and feel proud in what you're investing yourself into. So you're putting too much of yourself into it, and they don't want that. They don't care about that. It's just going to destroy you because they suck and they do not give a fuck about the fact that you're putting that in, and the fact that it is mismanaged entirely is not on you. You need to put less of yourself into it. You need to care less. Like, it's not worth that stress, you know?
Like every single person I've ever talked to in my life that starts a story. So I was at work and I figured out a better way to do something. And then I just go, oh, I know. Oh, this story's going to suck. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they don't know it sucks right now, actually, because the story is just starting. But over the next couple of days or weeks, this story is going to become dog shit and horrible, and just stop. No. Hey, unless you work for yourself, don't work hard.
And even then, no. Yeah, we had to have whatever. Okay, no. QA shit just goes on forever. Please make the tests dumber. Please make them hard. Please make them worse. Please make the fucking lower the bar and higher worse, actually. Anyways,
Can you
alright.
just say that you tested all the bugs? Can you just say that so that we can tell my boss that we did 10,000 hours of testing on this and then I can just put the check mark in and go on my vacation? Can you just say that you did it?
So you joke, but it's literally like,
I'm not
yeah,
joking.
yeah, it's
I'm doing a silly voice, but
yeah.
it's not a joke.
No, it's like you've estimated that this project needs you to look at these areas of the game and cover it in this way. Can you go back and find some better numbers for me? And basically what that means is, can you go back and decide which areas of the game are not as important to test, that you are just going to be like, yeah, we'll just take a risk and not bother checking here as hard. And in the end, if anything goes wrong, of course it's still your ass because you decided which areas should be lighter on focus. But we just don't have the bandwidth for it. So, make that decision accordingly. And if anything goes wrong, it's your fault. But yeah.
Hey, Wooly, I have something to talk to you about the project, and it's really important. Can we move from email to a phone call? This seems like it's something we should really talk over the phone. Hash
Oh,
out all the details on a phone call.
quicker without
Yeah, it's
a
much faster.
no
It's
paper
much
trail.
easier.
No paper trail, you say.
You know what's funny to me? That is literally every job in the world. Every single time someone's like, hey, you know what? We should take this in a Discord call or a phone call or whatever. And I go, no, email's fine. I get to my emails very fast.
I'm going to tell you right now, unfortunately, you don't get not every job gives you the ability to resist that. Or,
I know.
sometimes they're like, hey, come with me. We're going to go in here and do this. And in that situation, if that's happening to you, what I can say is at the end, go, okay, so can I get that all in writing just to confirm that we're on the same page here? Right. And at the very least, just go like, yeah, gotcha. Everything. Okay. Just please write all this down and send me in an email so I'll have it to remember, for future sake, and just always get that receipt.
Oh, sorry, dude. I totally forgot. What were the details about that? Oh, can you send that to me in an email?
Yep, just need that receipt if you don't
Or,
mind.
I mean, if you're ballsy, you just skip that process and go, I live in a one-party consent state, so I'm just gonna fucking record it on my phone anyway.
Yeah. Good stuff, corporate culture. Oh, lots of fun. Always love that.
Can we get the cyberpunk corporate culture that has like cool arm cannons and cars and sexy robot ladies instead of,
as a trade-off?
Walmart is installing lights that make you anxious? Can we please get that cyberpunk future instead of this one? This cyberpunk dystopia just fucking sucks.
Yeah. All right. I'm just sad now. I'm just upset. Yeah. All right, that'll do.
Like, robot legs are my flying car. Like, yeah, give me my fucking chrome body that I can, I'll pay whatever. I don't give a shit. Just give me the full robot. Atom Smasher, my humanity, right the fuck off. I don't give a shit.
So Cyberpunk at least gives you the trade-offs there. Whereas, I haven't seen it, but I'm hearing that like Alien Earth is pretty good, and it's just the full-on.
I have seen of something from Alien Earth that has made me way more interested.
Okay.
In anything alien.
Okay.
In like decades, and it's an alien that's not the xenomorph that hates the xenomorph.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know anything about it, but I accept that like we're in that Wayland Yutani corporate dystopian future where the company runs the planet type of shit. And it's like, yeah, you don't even get the cool implants. You don't get the fun Sandy, while you're living in the hellhole. You just have a fucking Xeno chewing your ass out.
Like, okay, I can't get cool robot legs, but Jeep drivers can get an ad every time they stop the car. This sucks.
Now, to be fair, about 40% of the side missions in Cyberpunk were me picking up a body that had a log on it with somebody that was asking to get something in writing.
Yeah, really? Yeah, that's pretty funny.
The person who was going like, yeah, can I get that in writing afterwards? And it's like, oh yeah, cool. Hey, no problem. You fucking, you know, and they just in the middle of a junkyard somewhere wearing a perfect suit. So, anyways, all right, folks, that'll do.
Have a good one, everybody. Bye bye.